The Great Crossover Crisis Story. The Great Crossover Crisis Story link. https://www.fanfictime.net/s/137,388/1/category Ranma plus online Xovers crossover genre adventure/humor author Tung Unifor link https://www.fanfictime.net/u/7890/last updated November 2nd 2002 words 135,752 rating T status in progress content Chapter 1 to 17 of 17 chapters source, fanfictime.net summary. Multicross offer. 1 is magical, the second is technological, the third is wild and the fourth is the epitome of calm. The last is just plain bizarre. What do all 5 of these people have in common? They were all born with the name Ranma. Chapter 1 Prologue. The Great Crossover Crisis Introduction. Hey there. Well, this will probably be one of my most challenging projects to date. With Dual Destinies nearing its end, I promise that I will finish it off. And my other stories are also getting huge followings. I have finally caved into the requests of having my alternate Ranmas meet. I have written to have 4 of my Ranmas come together into this mini-series. Now this won't affect the individual stories, but the readers will like how each Ranma and their different personalities clash together. You will also see some other online characters as I begin this tale that I call The Great Crossover Crisis. Chinese language ***, Thoughts T Ranma, Dragon Ranma from Dragon Child T Ranma, Techno Ranma from Ranma HB Ranma, Ranma from Fighting Blind Kojiro, Ranma from Catfist Fury as always, Rumiko Takahashi and all those other anime and manga writers created all the characters mentioned in this story. In the words of Stan Lee, "Nuff said." Prologue. Really big bug in the system. Universe on a plane that was far removed from the infinite and often tangled mess that is reality. A goddess by the name of Skuld was currently making some minor adjustments to the Ultimate Force system, the supercomputer that ran just about everything in her universe. Well, it would be more accurate to say that she was just getting rid of a few bugs. Of course, her method of debugging the system left much to be desired. With her atomic bug smasher mark I held up high, she was bopping those little critters out of existence like some weird parody of whack-a-mole. Unfortunately, for every bug she clobbered out of existence, several more would pop up and start playing havoc with the system. Meanwhile, down below on the human plane, a certain martial artist who happened to be a master of the Nakoken, was sitting in the restaurant of his longtime friend and sometime fiancé. Tayuken. This is really great. Just what I needed after that White Claw mess. Kojiro Shinkara, formerly Ranma Sodom, enjoyed his okonomiyaki as Yukio watched him. Thanks Ko-chan. Yukio said as she gazed dreamily at her fiancé's hybrid form that he was currently in Universe B in another universe, A second scout was also doing her own version of whack-a-bug as she continually smacked the bugs as they appeared. She smiled as another of those pests bit the dust, then frowned as three more appeared near a console which had the files of a certain blind martial artist. She hefted her mallet and charged at them. Down on this earth, a blind but very talented practitioner of the unseen light martial arts walked home beside his adopted cousin Shampoo. "I think you are doing very well. You and the others will be ready to face off against Kodakai. It's all thanks to you, Ranma," Shampoo replied as she snuggled up close to her cousin and hoped future husband. University, a third scout was smacking away at a console, trying to clear out the bugs, but was so far getting nowhere. Like her counterparts, this goddess of the future was also getting close to a certain console that contained the files of a Ranma Sodom. On Earth, the dragon of the Sodom clan was busy playing with his kid sister. University, yep. You guessed it. This code was also hard at work smashing bugs and not making much progress. She too was dangerously close to a certain console. Somewhere out in space, a ship was racing along. It was streamlined and shaped like something out of Star Wars. Inside the cockpit, Ranma was looking over the Navigational charts for the quickest route to the nearest intergalactic trading station. His ship was in need of a few replacement parts and he thought that he could go get them on the weekend, as he had no classes to teach. After plotting a course to the station, he reached for the controls to engage his quantum phase drive. Now, in normal circumstances, these four Ranmas would never have had the slightest chance of ever encountering each other, as the ultimate force system in each universe kept their realities separate. However, due to a certain and almost unbelievable coincidence, four separate goddesses of the future were about to cause one heck of a glitch and throw into the system the proverbial monkey wrench, or in this case, the hammer. "I got you!" All four skulls yelled out simultaneously as they smashed their hammers on top of a huge bug on each of their consoles. The gigantic glitches disappeared in a cloud of smoke, but unfortunately, the skulls had put a little too much force into their blows. The hammers crashed through the top panels and gave the delicate circuitry beneath a nasty jolt. Sparks began to fly and wisps of smoke began to appear. "Oh!" the four norns of the future said as they stepped back. Alarms began to ring out and it wasn't long before their older sister joined each counterpart. Simultaneously, the same scene unfolded. "Scald! What the heck did you do?" "I'm sorry. I was just trying to get rid of all the bugs and Scald looked over to the ruined panel which was seemed to be moaning in pain. Urd gasped as she ran to the smashed equipment and began typing on a nearby keyboard. She frowned as she saw the readout. "Oh no. Scald. Do you realize what you've done? You have just caused a multiverse rift. We're not talking about between two parallel universes. You've connected four universes together and opened up rifts in several others. I didn't mean it. Never mind that now. Come here and help me." We have to try and seal up those rifts before any of them lose elements of their realities. All four skulls nodded as they rushed to their sister's aid. Working feverishly at the controls, the four universe pairs of goddesses raced to seal up the accidental tears in the space-time continuum. University Ranma wondered what was going on when he saw a huge tear in space in front of him, just as he activated the quantum phase drive. He was pressed back into his chair as his ship was suddenly sucked into the hole, which then sealed itself up. Universe Kojiro waved goodbye to Yukio and then began hopping rooftops back to his apartment. He had decided to switch back to his human form as the okonomiyaki chef had started to become a little too amorous. It was then that he noticed something sparkling in the distance. Curious, he ran toward it. When he made a leap that would place him on a roof near the light, it then suddenly exploded into a huge rip in reality. Kojiro was unable to reverse his forward momentum in time and was instantly sucked into the gap. The hole remained for a few moments more before closing up. Universe B. The blind Ranma was sitting on the roof of Pepper's place and playing his flute. It was then that he suddenly stopped as his extraordinary senses picked up something odd. It felt to him as if the entire fabric of his environment was coming apart. Strange energies were being emitted from somewhere. Ranma shook his head in order to clear it, but his senses began to feel as if they were on overload. Whatever this power was, it wasn't anything like he sensed before. Ranma got to his feet, trying to get down from the roof, but his seventh and sixth sense weren't cooperating. He had also lost his sense of balance as he began to feel a jumble of conflicting energies. He held his head with his hands, trying to focus through the pounding that began to ring in his ears. He was so confused by all the spiritual static that he didn't notice a hole had formed behind him. When he turned around, he stumbled forward and was enveloped into the fissure before it closed up. University Ranma was flying high over Japan. He always loved to take evening flights before going to bed. He had been thinking about taking Kizura with him one of these days, when his ki suddenly began to feel erratic. For a moment, he thought he was over Juzenkyo again. Whoa! Ranma found himself dropping like a stone, as his inner energies were no longer focused to keep him aloft. Something had interfered with his concentration and was a mixture of magic and strange energies. The young dragon warrior looked down at the approaching ground, then his eyes widened. It wasn't the fall that bothered him. As he was part dragon, Ranma could survive a drop from 5,000 feet without any problems. He had done it before in the dragon world. No, it was the sudden appearance of a rip in the sky below him that caught his attention. Before he could react, he fell into the rift and was gone from sight. Meanwhile, back at the ultimate force system in the four universes, each skull and Erd were wiping their brows as the rifts in the connected realities were closed. Whoa! That was close, Erd commented. Yeah, Skuld agreed as she looked over to the damaged console. She began typing a few commands to see the extent of the damage and assess what was lost. She then cried out in dismay. Oh no. We weren't fast enough in sealing those rifts. We lost one element from our reality. What? Urd exclaimed as she rushed to the still intact view screen. In the other three universes, the same scene was happening with the other skulls and Urds. They each discovered that one person from their dimensions had been sucked into the rifts and was now tumbling through the chaotic web of limbo where all realities intersected. In the universe A, B and C, the goddesses knew that those three Ranmas would perish unprotected in that myriad of disordered and frenzied energies. Already, the blind Ranma and Kojiro was screaming in agony as they felt their bodies and minds being torn apart, little by little. The Ranma wasn't suffering as much, but even a blood-bonded martial artist would not survive for long in limbo. Simultaneously, in Universe A, B, and C. Scald. He'll die out there. Wait a second. Skuld exclaimed. I'm picking up three other people that have the similar dimensional signatures. Urd looked down at the console and nodded. Those must be his dimensional counterparts from those other three universes. Looks like one of them is protected inside a ship. Do you think we can transport our guy into that craft? I think so. Do it. We can then pull him out once we transport the craft to a neutral area of limbo. In limbo, Ranma was quite surprised when three other people suddenly appeared in a heap behind him in the pilot cabin of his ship. However, he only spared them a glance as he thought to regain control of his craft. He couldn't tell exactly where he was, but he was certain that this definitely wasn't hyperspace. On his main view screen, he could only see an infinite web of energy lines and flashes that go on and on. His navigational circuits were totally fried and he could only hope for the best as he engaged the quantum fold drive to blast him back into real space. In all four universes. No! Both Urd and Skull screamed as they saw the craft jump forward and disappear into an adjacent timeline. Skuld. Where'd they go? I don't know. What? What do you mean you don't know? The console that was damaged had our dimensional trace on him. I've lost track of him and his counterparts. And it also looked like they'd been swept into one of the side timelines and then into a nexus. So right now they're bouncing through several universes. I'm afraid so, and the worst part of it is, I don't know how to get them back. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, people have been asking me to do crossovers with several series and I think our intrepid four will be having the wildest rides of their lives. Which universe will they crash into first? As they battle their way through these adventures, the four will begin to learn about one another and their shared history. Chapter 2 Chapter 1 The Great Crossover Crisis. Well, I'm the one who started this, so I guess that means that I have to disclaim it. This story and all the others I have written are just for fun. Thoughts, computer responses. Ranma, Techno-Ranma from Ranma HB Ranma, Blind Ranma from Fighting Blind Ranma, Dragon Ranma from Dragon Child Kojiro, Tiger Ranma from Cat Fist Fury Chapter 1 Magical Mayhem The Slayer's Universe. Hey Luna, look up there. A shooting star. Gory Gabriel said to his petite and very temperamental traveling companion as they watched the night sky. The two were camped in a forest and were just getting settled down for the night. They were with their friends, Zulgades Greywards, Amelia Zerwan and Sophia Lotta. Lima Inverse, Bandit Killer, Dragon Spooker, she hates that name, and Sorceress Extraordinaire, looked up and saw the bright flash of red-white light as it streaked across the sky and then disappeared into the distance behind a mountain range. Pretty, but it's nothing for us to be concerned about. Lina shrugged as she prepared to lie down to sleep. Zulgades looked over to where Amelia was watching the shooting star. The Chimera and cursed loner saw that familiar, starry-eyed look of the Princess of Salem. He watched as she closed her eyes and held up her hands and even prayer. Making a wish, Amelia, the self-proclaimed defender of justice trademark nodded as she said, "It is a sign from the gods of truth and righteousness. They smile upon us this night, and give us their blessings as we journey to right wrongs and triumph over evil." Zulgades sighed and shook his head. Amelia was at it again. Ever since that encounter with Realmaster Fibrezo, the heir to the throne of Salem was getting more gung-ho about becoming a crusader of justice. He couldn't fault her for her enthusiasm, but her little escapades were getting embarrassing as time went on. As of now, with the Clare Bible not available, the stony-faced Chimera man had to search for another way to cure himself of his affliction. He had thought that traveling with Lima and the others might be able to turn up something, but so far, no new options or directions were available. As of now, the group was just traveling around with no particular destination in mind. As Zulgades saw the shooting star's fiery trail disappear over the horizon, he felt a sudden chill. Since it was a relatively warm evening, he wondered why he felt so uneasy all of a sudden. Meanwhile, a few hundred miles away, a strange craft made a not-so-gentle landing near the foot of a mountain range. It made a belly landing and plowed into a rocky ridge, carving a huge trench and blazing the ground with its superheated armored hull. The nearby wildlife scattered as the behemoth rushed by them, causing several sparse trees to catch fire in its wake. It skidded for several hundred yards before coming to a halt, kicking up clods of dirt, straight rocks and clouds of dust and smoke. Then it began to grow quiet as the fires it had caused with its landing began to slowly burn themselves out. The engines of the ship whined to a pathetic stop and soon, all was silent. Inside the pilot's cabin, Ranma shook his head as he sat up from his seat. As landings went, that wasn't one of his smoothest, but at least they were still in one piece. Asterisk computer, initiate self-diagnostics and status report. Asterisk the Nanodec warrior placed a hand on the console and some of the indicators came back to life as he interfaced with the ship's systems. A minute later, his biocomputer had completed the required scans. Asterisk self-diagnostics completed. Ghost is functioning within normal parameters. Damage has been sustained to the main drive and several navigational systems require extensive repairs. Quantum phase drive is offline due to low levels of curium. Main reactors and auxiliary power still operational at 40%. Essential life support and weapon systems are functional. All other systems are available, with the exception of communications. Asterisk is the ship still spaceworthy? Negative. The ship still has atmospheric capability but will not be able to achieve planetary escape due to damage to main drive and insufficient power levels. Estimated auto repairs and power regeneration will require a minimum of 168 hours before the ship becomes capable of space travel. Also take note that with the lack of curium, hyperlight travel will not be possible. Asterisk, oh boys. What other bad news do you got for me? Asterisk, the biocomputer gave him the rest of the bad news. Asterisk, Ghost is not only on an uncharted world, but also in a separate dimension. Asterisk, what? Asterisk, this unit has analyzed all available data that concurs with the recent events. Scanners have detected high amounts of tachyon and vertion particles that correlate with a massive dimensional rift. Scanners have also found traces of chronal energies and dimension traces that do not match with Ghost's home universe. Speculation indicates that a gravimetric anomaly had occurred during activation of the quantum phase drive. The ship was pulled off course and entered a dimensional nexus when Ghost ran-zagged the drive. Asterisk, perfect. Just perfect. Not only are we lost on another planet, but also we're lost in another dimension. And since the navigational circuits were fried when we tried using the drive, I haven't the slightest idea where we started off from, much less where to go to get us back. Asterisk, Ghost does have more pressing problems at the moment. Asterisk, like what? Asterisk, passengers are starting to regain consciousness. Asterisk, sure enough, Ranma heard a trio of moans as his three unexpected stowaways began to rouse themselves. When he swiveled in his seat to gaze upon them, his eyes widened as he saw himself. Asterisk, computer, they look like me. Asterisk, at first, Kojiro thought he was staring into a mirror when he saw the person sitting in the pilot's seat. He couldn't believe his eyes. Asterisk, no way. What's going on? Asterisk, his nostrils flared a bit and his eyes widened even further as he caught the stranger's scent. It was almost the same as his. Then he caught the whiff of two other scents. He turned to one side, then to the other. What he saw was Ranma, and Ranma. Kojiro wasn't the only person who thought that his sensitive nose was going haywire. Ranma was also puzzled as to why his nose was picking up three scents that were nearly identical to his own. What was even more confusing was that he was sensing ki and spiritual energies that mirrored his. The only differences he could detect were in the way the other ki were being focused. One signature was wild and feral. He could also feel Ju's and Kyo's power emanating from him. The second was heavily steeped in magic of various levels, while the third seemed to be boosted by unnatural means. It was also strange that he was sensing not one key source from that person, but billions of tiny pinpricks that were gathered together in perfect harmony. Ranma stared as he compared each Ranma with himself. To him, all of them had low levels of magic, but the one nearest to him had the telltale signs of Ju's and Kyo's influence. The one next to him had an aura that seemed to probe at him. The person sitting in the chair had no considerable magical talents, but the energies that the dragon warrior sensed within Ranma was frightening. Though he had learned much about the mystic arts, he was also very aware of the magic humans called science and the devastation it was capable of doing. Ranma's scanners were busy scanning each of his counterparts and had cause for concern. All three had the same basic DNA structure and spiritual signatures as his. Their power levels varied with each, but Ranma had a power that could rival his own. Computer, who are these people? From the recent dimensional disruption and all available data. Skip the technical jargon and give it to me straight. To put it simply, Ranma, these people are Ranma. Judging from their similar dimensional signatures and their common genetic coding in comparison to you, these are three examples of yourself. In short, they are your dimensional counterparts. The four Ranmas continued to stare at one another for a long time, before Kojiro decided to break the silence. So, you all wouldn't happen to be Ranma Sodom, would you? A long time later, so that's about all I can tell you guys about me. Ranma said as he finished his life story. All four were sitting outside the ship and were huddled around a campfire. After a period of high tension and what almost turned into a melee, the four Ranmas had introduced themselves to each other and had told of their personal histories. All except Ranma, who had no memory of his early life before the nanites had been injected into his body. Kojiro gave a low whistle as he commented on the Amazon's tail. Man, and I thought my cat fist training was bad. At least I kept my eyes. I guess you could call me the lucky one. Ranma nodded. So you actually have full control of the cat fist? You bet. Kojiro said with a bit of pride. After falling into the spring of ground monster tiger, I don't need to be scared or act like a cat to use it. Heck, I'm not scared of cats, period. I even got some cool powers too. How about you? Are you? Ranma shook his head. It doesn't really matter since I'm blind. I may not have the cat fist, but thanks to Master Cody and the Amazons, I can take care of myself. Ranma's senses picked up Kojiro's apprehension when he said the word Amazons. Keeping Kojiro's story and his encounters with the female warriors in mind, he said in an understanding tone, Hey, I know that in your world, the Amazons may be a little intense, but they're really not all that bad. Sure, they might do things with gusto, but that just makes them unique. I have a lot of friends in the Jotsuzoku, and Shampoo is the best cousin that a guy could ask for. And you have to admit, a lot of them are really pretty and damned good fighters to boot. Kojiro let off a quiet noise that sounded like a muffled snarl. Ranma could see the tension between the two and put a stop to it by changing the subject. Ranma, It is possible that I can restore your sight. This immediately caught the blind martial artist's attention. What are you talking about? The doctors had told me that my eyesight was permanently gone. There's nothing that you can do that they, nor the village healers couldn't do. On the contrary, my scanners have already analyzed your condition and it is possible for me to telephase a few of my nanites and regenerate your optic nerves. The science that gave me my powers happens to be centuries ahead of modern Earth technology. It would only take about a minute. The nanodic soldier reached out to touch Ranma's temple. In a flash, Ranma grabbed his counterpart's wrist with a hand and then slowly shook his head. "Hey! What are you doing?" Kojiro asked. "Do you not wish to see again?" Ranma asked. "I can use my magic to heal your eyes as well." Ranma gave a long and saddened sigh as he waved off Ranma's hand. "It's tempting. It's so very tempting. I would like to enjoy watching a sunset or to see the colors of a rainbow. And it would be nice to find out if shampoo is as pretty as my fingers tell me." But what?" the other three said at the same time. "But if I were to regain my sight, then it would make all that I had learned under Kobe and the Amazons seem pointless. I have already found great joy in the unseen light and I can see things in ways that no one else can. In many cases, my blindness gives me a better advantage over my opponents. The experiences I have had in coping with my blindness has made me understand that the world does not end when it goes dark. Regaining my sight would be like forgetting the lessons I've learned. Besides, there are some things that I have encountered that made me grateful that I couldn't see. I don't have to look at Kuno's stupid face or see that stupid panda and his crazy ideas. Now there's a couple of things I can understand." Kojiro agreed. "You have a point there." Ranma concurred. "My father may not be a panda, but I've already learned that any idea of his is never a good one. I guess that's the reason why I said no to his plan to unite the Anything Goes school with the Tenbos. Good. Take it from us, you're better off never fulfilling that stupid pledge," Kojiro said as Ranma nodded his head. Ranma continued as he said, "It was bad enough when my mother told me about all those other engagements. When I learned that Yukio was really a girl, I was ready to toss pot into an active volcano for stealing her Ayatai." "What a second. What did you just say? Yukio was a girl?" Ranma took on a confused look. "You didn't know?" Both Ranma and Kojiro turned their heads to their blind counterpart who was shaking his head. They each told him about how they had discovered the truth about the gender of their childhood friend. When they finished with their explanations, the Amazon healer and warrior shook with disbelief and anger. "Why, that lying bastard! He told me that the yatai was a gift." Kojiro nodded in agreement as he said, "Yeah, that's what we all thought, but we were just as mad when we found out too. At least in my world, Book and I are doing great. She's grown up and I got to say, she's gotten really cute." A tinge of red appeared on his cheeks. This was not lost on Ranma. Ranma or Ranma as the blind boy measured the sudden flush in his face. Oh? And what's going on between you and Nukan, eh? All three had grins on their faces. We're, kinda, sorta, dating. The Nakokan fighter said the last word in a bare whisper, which was still clearly picked up by the enhanced hearing of the other three. We heard that. The three Ranmas chorused, making the cat-fist martial artist blush even further. "Aw, shut up." Ranma sighed as he said, "Well, at least you three have the memories of your past. I can't remember anything beyond 6 years ago." Ranma considered his Nanodak counterpart, then said, "I might be able to help you with that." "What do you mean?" The dragon warrior held up hands, one over the other and palms facing each other. He began silently chanting in a tongue that was not human. Instantly, a small ball of white light appeared between his hands. He then lowered his hands away and the sphere floated in midair for a moment before floating up toward Ranma's head. The futuristic Ranma backed away a bit at the sphere as his scanners began analyzing the energy contained within it. Throughout his travels through the cosmos, he had encountered beings that used magic and they always unnerved him. "What is that?" he asked as the ball hovered before him. "It's just a simple lore spell," Ranma explained. "Right now, I can sense that something is resisting the spell's attempts to probe into your mind. It's probably those little machines inside of you. Is there any way you can do to make them lower their guard? I promise you that it will not hurt." Ranma considered his mystical opposite, before nodding and mentally ordering his nanites to temporarily disable their shielding programs. A moment later he said, "Barriers are down. Scan all you like, but you won't find anything past the 6 eyes that have been active. The nanites have told me that isn't a trace of electrochemical data about my past in any of my memory cells. Physical data? No," Ranma agreed. "However, psychic impressions of memories can linger on for one's entire lifetime. Hold on a moment." The student of Shojin made a small hand gesture and then the ball of light became translucent as the energy swirled and danced within its confines. Then suddenly, the ball flared and began showing pictures of Ranma's childhood. Kojiro became entranced by the images and Ranma became astounded as Ranma mentally projected the pictures into the unseen light fighter's mind. Ranma was the most emotionally affected as each and every memory was brought to the fore and then stored. A few minutes later, the light winked out, having completed its task. Ranma was shaken to the core as the last of his lost memories flashed through his mind. "I never believed that pot would be that stupid," Kojiro remarked. "And I thought my catfist training left me in the worst shape." Ranma added, "How could he have done that to you?" Ranma said in shock. Ranma was rendered speechless. The horror of being torn to shreds by lions as his father tossed him into that cage almost drove him to the point of madness. Though his mind tried to deny what was shown to him, but in his heart, he knew that it was true. His nanites were already verifying the authenticity of the memories, and the Nanodeck warrior was in full agreement with his dimensional doubles. Ranma was an idiot. The four Ranmas talked late into the night, discussing the similarities and differences between their lives. Though each had taken a different path, they could all agree on one thing. Their lives had taken a turn for the better when they had gotten away from Ranma. By the time it was morning, a kind of brotherly kinship formed between the different, yet strangely similar martial artists as they now began discussing their current predicament and how to return to their worlds. Early the next day, "Okay guys, here's where our main problems lie," Ranma began as he opened up a panel near the rear of the ship. The device was about to feet in height and shaped like a technological pyramid. It had a squat base and it had two rectangular structures mounted on it. The topmost structure was smaller and tapered off into a blunt point. On its upper surface, at its center was a small, ruby-colored gem that was held by four metallic projections, and it had various cables running from those arms and into the base. "This is the quantum phase drive," Ranma explained. "This is what allows the ship to achieve faster than light speeds by creating a hyperspace bypass. See that crystal on top? That's Kurium. That is what the drive uses to create the quantum fields needed to phase into hyperspace without warping the space-time continuum. Now here's what I think happened to us. My ship had encountered some kind of gravimetric disturbance just when I activated the drive system. As a result, I was thrown into a dimensional vortex where different universes intersected. I'm not sure how the three of you ended up in the same place, but somehow, you were transported onto my ship just as I regained the drive to get back into real space. However, we were swept into a nexus and then ended up here in this reality. The way I figure it, it is possible to duplicate that disturbance and use the quantum phase drive to shift us back into that dimensional nexus. From there we can ride the space-time streams until we can find our own universes." "So what are the problems?" Kojiro asked. "I'm not sure about that technical stuff, but it sounds like you have it all figured out. First of all is that Kurium. The Nanodeck warrior wanted to the gem. The strain of blasting us out of that dimensional vortex was too much for it. It went and permanently decrystallized into its inert and useless form. It's supposed to be white, but as you can see it's now red. We can't create any quantum fields with enough power to make even one jump. It has to be replaced. But the problem is that it's very rare, and my ship's scanners tell me that there isn't very much on this world. First thing for us to do is to get more Kurium. The main reactor will provide us with all the power we need, but without that hunk of Kurium, we'd have no way of escaping from this universe. Fortunately, we don't need that much. A crystal the size of this one should be enough. Alright. So all we have to do is get some more of this Kurium. What's our other problems?" Ranma asked. "The second problem is that even if we are able to get back into that dimensional vortex, finding our home universes would be like looking for four needles in a haystack. My navigational systems had gotten fried when we crashed here, and the coordinates to our entrance points in that vortex were lost. Furthermore, the quantum phase drive's energy catalyzer also took a hit. I don't have the necessary replacement parts. That's what I was about to get before this whole mess started. Without a working catalyzer, every time we used the drive, it would take at least a week for the Koreum to build up enough quantum phasic ions for another dimensional jump. So what you're saying is that not only do we have to search God knows how many universes, but we also got to wait a week each time we enter a different world, before moving on to the next. Kojiro summarized. That's about the size of it. Can't you use those nanite things of yours to fix that machine? Ranma asked. Ranma shook his head. No. The catalyzer is made up of rare metals that my nanites can't duplicate. My ship's synthesizers can't create it either. I wouldn't have gone looking for replacement parts if I could already make it myself. Oh, this is just peachy, Ranma said with a long and tired sigh. Well, first thing on the agenda is to get that Koreum. We'll worry about dimension hopping later. Now follow me. I have some things to show you. The three other Ranmas followed their technological counterpart to the pilot's cabin. A few moments later, they were all huddled near the main view screen as it flashed various images as Ranma explained them. During the night, I sent a few scouting probes to make an extensive sweep and gather information about this world we're on. Basically, this place is similar to what Europe was like during the Middle Ages. Magic is dominant over science. The human race does exist, but so do various other species as well. We're talking about the usual creatures of myth and legend: goblins, gargoyles, trolls, ogres, elves, demons, fairies. Ranma paused to look at Ranma. And yes, even dragons. Ranma smirked a bit. This was starting to feel like the dragon world he had lived in for a decade. He could fit in here quite nicely. Political governments are along the lines of the feudal system. Kings, queens, nobles and so on. Martial arts is pretty much unknown here, but don't underestimate their combat skills. My scouts have detected some high levels of mystic energies, and they do have quite few skilled weapon users out there. I've had some run-ins with magic before during my travels, and it can be just as potent as science and ki. So where do we start? Kojiro asked. By late afternoon, the four had exited the ship and were ready to start their search for the element they needed to get back to their worlds. Before setting out to the nearest town, Ranma handed each of them a device that looked like a pocket calculator, and a small, circular pin. Here. These are microcom pins that will allow you to keep in contact with each other and the ship. They also contain a tracking device in case any of us get separated. He then held up one of the other devices. Each of you will have a complete guide. Each contains the basic data about this world as well as a built-in energy analyzer to help you locate any Koreum. This device can also store any new data that you encounter. Kojiro smirked as he looked down at the pin. He then jokingly said, "Beam me up, Jordy." "Who?" Ranma asked. "Never mind. It's just something I saw on a game show once." Ranma shook his head and said in a stern voice, "I assure you that this isn't a joke. We're here to find the Koreum and get back to our home dimensions." Kojiro nodded as he took on a more serious expression. "Okay." Ranma took a step back and appraised the appearance of the group. Ranma was dressed simply in black silk pants, kung fu sandals and a red Chinese-style shirt. In one hand, he had his battle staff, already extended to its usual length of 5 feet. Ranma had ordered the ship's synthesizer to create a copy of the outfit that he had been wearing when he returned to his Earth. This included black, loosely fitting pants, soft leather boots, and a white shirt with flowing sleeves that cut off halfway down his forearms. The front had a red dragon emblem etched in red thread on the left side of the chest. On his side was his katana, Crimson Fang, which was in a black scabbard, mounted on a belt. Kojiro had opted to wear the same outfit as Ranma but had taken on a black shirt to avoid confusion. Ranma nodded as he thought that they would be able to blend in without arousing suspicion. He then gave the mental command for his cyberwave bodysuit to alter its appearance. The fibers began to reshape themselves and in less than a few seconds, the Nanogek soldier was decked out in black breeches, dark brown leather boots, a grey tunic and a simplified version of his usual leather jacket. The fabric resembled silk, rather than leather, and instead of a zipper, the front had silver clasps. Ranma and Kojiro's eyes widened at the sight then shook it off as they had already seen other technological wonders. With a simultaneous nod to each other, the intrepid four set out to explore this strange world. Behind them, their spacecraft disappeared as its cloaking device was engaged, rendering it totally invisible to any prying eyes. Sometime later, the four arrived at a relatively large town near the foot of a mountain. The streets were bustling with people as shopkeepers and vendors peddled their wares. With all the masses, the four identical Ranmas weren't given any more notice than the occasional passing glance. The group began to make their way through the crowds and towards the center of the urban area. When they came to a large fountain, they decided to stop and plan. "Okay. If we split up, we'll able to get more information and blend in better while we search for that Koreum," Ranma said. "I agree." Ranma nodded. "This is a pretty big town. How about this? I'll go with Kojiro and head that way. The blind Amazon wanted to a densely populated area." "All right. We'll go the other way." Ranma agreed as he led Ranma down another street. Kojiro waved back to the departing pair. "We'll meet back at this fountain at around sundown, okay?" "Check." Ranma waved. Meanwhile, who should be entering the same town from another side but Lina Inverse and her party. As usual, Lina's first priority was to fill that bottomless pit that she referred to as her stomach. Also as usual, there was a disagreement as to where to eat. Lina wanted beef, but Amelia wanted mutton. There was a lot of shouting, as each girl tried to convince the rest of the group of where to go for dinner. Eventually, Amelia and Zulgades decided to go to the restaurant that served a very rich mutton stew, while Lima and Gory headed for the nearest barbecue joint. As for the soft-spoken Sophile, she had decided that she wasn't very hungry and instead offered to book some rooms for their party. The two groups went their separate ways and agreed to meet back with the White Priestess at a nearby hotel later. On the west side of town, man, I'm starving. We haven't eaten anything since we got here. Kojiro complained as he rubbed his empty and growling stomach. It was then that his sensitive nose caught the whiff of something delightful. Ranma nodded as he too was starting to feel hungry. His nose was just as attuned to odors as his Makoken counterpart. He turned toward the direction of the smell. Looking for Kuryun could wait, at least until after they were full. Fortunately, Ranma had given them all pouches of gold coins and precious gems to barter with. His spacecraft could easily manufacture jewels and precious metals, so money was not a problem. After verifying that there wasn't any Kuryun in their immediate area, the two decided to stop for dinner at a nearby restaurant that advertised the mutton stew. As they sat down and ordered bowls of the stew, they both noticed two very interesting people enter the establishment. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14 and was very developed for her age. She had shoulder-length dark hair and was wearing a cute white and pink outfit, complete with cape. However, it wasn't her appearance that caught the blind fighter's attention. It was the aura of magic that put his enhanced senses on alert. He could feel a strong, yet somewhat unfocused field of energy around her. It was the unmistakable essence of magic, similar to what he had felt at Juzenkyo, but was far more potent. He could discern a happy and carefree presence in the girl, but he also felt a sense of overwhelming pride and some lack of self-control. Kojiro also noticed the strangers as he and his companion started eating. The girl wasn't really all that interesting, but the man she came in with caught his attention. He was quite a sight as he looked like he had a skin of stone. His hair was a pale mauve and seemed to be metallic. He had several rocky projections on his face and hands. The Makoken martial artist wondered if the rest of his body was like that as he looked at the drab outfit he wore. Both Ranmas watched the two for a few moments more, then shrugged and went back to eating. On the east side of town, like their dimensional opposites, Ranma and Ranma had decided to stop to eat. Both were secretly hiding their power levels to keep from being detected by anyone who was probing the area. After entering a barbecue establishment, they each ordered a huge side of ribs and was almost finished when both noticed a couple sit nearby. "Hey waiter, give me everything from here to here," Lima indicated with her finger on a menu. The server's eyes bulged out when he saw the huge order he had been given. Then his eyes bugged out even more when Gory indicated several dishes and asked for triple portions. When the waiter and a couple of his co-workers arrived with huge platters of steaks, ribs and other barbecued items. Both Ranmas were quite surprised to see the two gobble down their food like a school of piranhas. Asterisk, that girl is putting away more food than a Dranekian sand shark could. How could she be so thin? Asterisk, on a whim, the Nanodic warrior decided to focus his scanners on the girl and get an estimation on her power. Keeping his scan to a very low and undetectable level, he began his probe. What he found was alarming. Asterisk, power level currently at 55,000. Magical energies rated at class level. Threat to host would be considerable. Exercise extreme caution. Asterisk, Ranma had instantly noticed Lena Inverse the moment she walked in. He too could sense the raw potential within her as well as something else that he found distasteful. She had spilled the blood of dragons. He could feel the trace amounts of essences of those she had slain still floating about her. Though he did not know the circumstances of why she had killed those dragons, the young dragon warrior felt a bit uneasy sitting next to a human who had the power to slay one of nature's most powerful creatures. This dislike was natural since dragons had raised him. Shaking his head to clear it, he decided to ignore the sorceress and her swordsman associate and went back to finishing his meal. Though he couldn't help but notice that there seemed to be a strange, hidden power that was being emanated from Gory's sword. A while later, the two other dimensional visitors exited the restaurant and were about to continue their search for Karyum, when they noticed two unsavory people were skulking around the alley next to the barbecue place. One of those men was a bandit leader who had a score to settle with the so-called bandit killer and her not-so-bright mercenary friend. Beside him was his second-in-command. Both Ranmas began to catch whispered conversation with their enhanced hearing. "Are you sure she's in there?" the second asked. "Yeah, I'm positive. That was Lena Inverse all right. The leader of the gang is a scruffy-looking fellow with an eye patch. No way I could ever forget that little flat-chested witch. She was the one who destroyed my old gang, the Dragon Fangs, over a year ago. I thought that I'd never be able to get my revenge on her and that swordsman for humiliating me. But now is my chance. But boss, if she's really as powerful as people say she is, then how are we going to beat her?" "Don't worry. I've got this." The bandit leader took out a metallic ring out of his cloak and held it up. "This little trinket cost me a lot, but it was worth the trouble. I stole this from a wizard's laboratory. It's a magical inhibitor and it'll keep her from using any spells. Every time she tries to use her magic, she'll feel intense pain. It's a lot more powerful than any other magical inhibitor, and I also got a few other items to take care of her and that moron mercenary she's with." "Yeah, well," the other bandit was still a little worried. "Come on. This is our chance to make our gang the most feared in the world. Do you realize how famous the really not so nice gang would be if we took down Lena Inverse?" The bandit leader's companion had to nod at that and said, "Okay, boss. So are we going in there?" The leader shook his head and said, "None. It's too crowded. I had one of others follow that white priestess friend of theirs and I know where they're staying. We'll sneak up on them while they're asleep and slip the inhibitor on her head. Between the 50 of us, we shouldn't have any problems. Then after we take care of her friends, Lima Inverse is going to get a one-way ticket straight to hell. Sounds like a plan. Here, Lima Inverse the Banded Killer. Prepare to become Lima Inverse the Banded Killed. Courtesy of the really not so nice Kang. As the bandit followed his leader into the shadows, he shook his head and thought, asterisk, we really got to get a better name for our gang. Asterisk is short distance away. Ranma and Ranma looked at each other. I take it that girl we saw in that restaurant is this Lima Inverse they were talking about. Ranma said. Ranma nodded. Couldn't be anyone else. She was the only source of high magic that I could sense, aside from that sword her friend carried. You know that this isn't any of our business. Yeah, but can we just walk away after hearing all that? Nope, we have to stop them. Right. Let's go. 50 bandits shouldn't take more than a minute. We can save this Lima Inverse and still make it back on time to join the others. The two broke out into a run. Sometime later, the masters of the Nakoken and the Unseen Light arrived at the meeting place just as the sun had reached the horizon. The crowds had thinned out considerably and the two had a good view of the area as they wait for their counterparts to return. As they waited, the two engaged in quiet conversation, exchanging more information about their separate lives. Eventually, the last rays of the sun faded from view. As night fell upon them and the streets became deserted, they began to wonder where the technological and dragon Ranma were. It's getting late. I wonder where they are. Kojiro shrugged. I don't know. They promised to meet us at sunset, but they're still not here. Do you think we should go look for them? That's a good idea. Except for one thing. Where do we start looking? As if on cue, a huge explosion was heard echoing in the distance. Both Ranmas turned their heads to the sound and Kojiro saw huge columns of smoke appear in the distance. Call me crazy, but I think that's where we should start. Ranma nodded as the two leapt to the top of a nearby building and then started running across rooftops. Knowing that he could get there faster on all fours, Kojiro called out to his blind counterpart. Get on my back. The Nakoken warrior focused his inner energies and in a flash of red energy, he morphed into a huge saber-toothed tiger. Ranma was more than surprised when his sixth and seventh senses picked up the transformation. The radar image of the two-legged cat fist fighter had now become a four-legged feline that was the size of a Buick. He also sensed the power of Juzenkyo at work and then remembered the story that he had been told of Kojiro's origins. Realizing that this creature was in fact his friend, he hopped onto the feline's back and held onto the hairs on the tiger's neck as Kojiro got the lead out. The blind fighter was a bit unnerved at being so close to such a fierce predator and he shivered a bit as he remembered his own experience with the Nakoken. Asterisk it single quotes just as well that I can't see him. Though Ranma did not have the irrational fear of cats like Kojiro once had, he was still very uncomfortable whenever he was around anything feline. However, even with Kojiro in his larger and more vicious form, Ranma could still sense the brave and fighting spirit of his otherworldly double, and this was comforting. He held on with one hand while reaching behind his back to retrieve his battle staff. Extending it to its usual length of 5 feet, the blind fighter steeled himself for the imminent confrontation. Meanwhile, Dragon Scale Defense, Fireball, Elimikio and Lance, Flare Arrow. Ranma was standing with one arm held up with his hands spread. In front of his palm was a huge, green, and translucent disk of light. To the surprise of both Lena and Amelia, their mystical attacks were stopped cold when they hit that barrier. Lena's fireball was dispersed when it impacted into the shield, while Amelia's energy bolt was reflected back at her. The Princess of Salem yelped as she ducked out of the way of her own attack. The blast from their white priestess friend had virtually no effect. Ranma wondered why her attack was in the shape of a carrot. It didn't even touch his barrier before it winked out harmlessly. Self-file. Haven't you gotten the hang of that spell yet? Lena whined. Self-file could only shrug and give an embarrassed smile. As the female magic users were getting set to attack again, their male companions were trying hard to bring down the Dragon Ranma's Techno-AA. Zildjian and Gory had just barely drawn their swords, when Ranma suddenly rushed forward at supersonic speed and gave them each a light swat with an arm. At the velocity he was going, it was the same as being hit by a car. Luckily, the nanotech soldier only used enough force to knock them down, knowing that Gory's armor and Zildjian's tough skin would protect them. The Chimeran magician managed to hold onto his sword, but Gory's was sent flying high into the air. Ranma looked up at the weapon and pointed a finger at it. Laser. He fired off a beam of superheated light at the blade and slagged the tempered steel in an instant. The seemingly ruined weapon clattered to the ground in front of a shocked Gory. Zildjian's eyes widened at what he had just witnessed. What kind of spell was that? And how did he move so fast? The wizard's flash swordsman had not detected any magic and had not sensed any invoking of spirits. Their opponent had just pointed and fired off a beam of energy, then blurred forward. Gory got over his momentary shock and dug for his weapon. Ranma was a bit puzzled as to why the blonde swordsman was picking up a useless weapon. When Gory pulled out a small needle and pressed a hidden switch on the hilt, the nanotech warrior knew that something was up. Light come forth. The melted blade of the sword fell off and a shining blade of pure energy emerged. Ranma's biocomputer began analyzing this new development. Energy blade's destructive power equivalent to a mega-charged electro-disruptor rapier. Evade. In the other battle, Lena and Amelia were getting nowhere with Ranma. No matter what spell they used, the Dragon Warrior would either dodge them or use his Dragon Scale defense spell to block them. He made no offensive moves toward them, as he really didn't want to hurt them. He just couldn't believe how a simple misunderstanding could get so out of control. Flashback. Ranma and Ranma had been waiting outside the inn where Lima and her party had been staying. After following the two bandits, the identical Ranmas had decided to wait until all the bandits had arrived so that they could take them all out at once, instead of one at a time. By the time it was nightfall, all 50 members of the really not so nice gang had arrived and were huddled near the back of the inn, preparing to scale the wall and sneak into the rooms where the sorceress and her friends were sleeping. Their leader triumphantly held up the magical inhibitor aloft as he got to the top of the roof. The others were about to follow their leader when the two Ranmas decided to make their move. The two crept stealthily behind the gang as they began making their way up the grappling lines and the trees that were near the building. The brigands had no idea that they were not being targeted. Their leader was too busy moving up and down the roof, trying to discern which room was Lima's, that he didn't notice that his cronies were being knocked into la la land by two very talented martial artists. Each fund was picked off and sent into unconsciousness before they realized what was happening. In less than a minute, 49 members of the really not so nice gang were sprawled in a heap at the foot of a large tree near the inn. The leader smiled as he bent over the edge of the roof and saw the object of his hate through an open window. Lima Inverse was snoring loudly and occasionally mumbling in her sleep. Amelia and Sylphile were asleep in another bed a few feet away. The bandit then stood up and turned to signal to his cohorts. That's when he found himself facing off against a futuristic soldier and a dragon-powered swordsman. Huh? Who the hell are you two? He then began to frantically look for his gang. Where are my men? Ranma gestured with a thumb at the pile of thugs near a tree. Ranma raised a hand and said, I'll take that now. Asterisk gravity field inducer. Asterisk the nanites began emitting a wave of gravity that plucked the magical inhibitor out of the bandit leader's hand, causing it to fly into Techno Warrior's hand. Ranma twirled the circlet on his index finger before he tossed it to his counterpart to hold. He and his double began advancing on the now frightened bandit, who drew his sword and took a few steps back. Stay back. I'm warning you. Both Ranmas gave off a snort. That plain steel sword would be as effective against them as a toothpick. It was then that they stepped on a weak spot in the roof. That section had been steadily rotting away from the several days of continuous rain that had occurred a week ago. The innkeeper had been meaning to fix that part of the roof, but had not found the time. Both Ranmas stopped when they heard an ominous creaking noise. It was then that they fell forward as that weakened part of the roof gave way under their combined weight. Crash! The two fell through and landed in, yes, you guessed it, the girl's room. The red-haired sorceress and her companions awoke with a start when debris came crashing down. It was then that two bodies came through the hole in their ceiling. One body landed with a thud beside Lina's bed. The second landed on top of Lina, causing her to be driven into her bed. She then let off a scream when she felt a hand grab onto one of her small breasts. Eeeekkkkk. The Ranma had been caught off guard when the roof had caved in. There had been no time to engage his flight ability, and he had reflexively grabbed at anything to stop him from falling. Unfortunately, his choice of handholds couldn't have been worse. When he looked down at what his hand was pressing against, his face turned a bright red. He also noticed that the nightgown had a large rip in it, and he could see. He slowly looked up and saw the true horror of Lena inverse at her absolute worst. He had seen viper dragons that looked friendlier. As Ranma was just starting to get up, the dragon fighter quickly got out of the bed and onto his feet, covering his eyes with a hand, and tried to apologize before things got worse. Unfortunately, his mouth moved faster than his brain. "I'm sorry. We didn't mean to drop him like this. I didn't see a thing." Ranma knew that his friend had said the wrong thing when Lena exploded. His three counterparts were all younger than he was and didn't have as much experience when it came to being tactful toward females, especially in embarrassing situations such as this. "Why you, Miss Lena? He was going to put a magical inhibitor on you, then ravage you." Amelia pointed to the circle that was still in Ranma's hand. Sophia gasped when she saw it. The dragon warrior looked down at the circle, then started waving his hand frantically. "No! This wasn't our idea. We had nothing to do with this. We just fell through the roof and I landed flat on your chest," and the sorceress was so steamed at being groped that she only heard the words "flat" and "chest." It was at that time that Lena lost it. Fireball. End of flashback. As of now, both Ranmas had been holding their own against a very short-tempered sorceress and her companions. They had been trying to get a word in edgewise, but the red-haired bandit killer was on a full head of steam and showed no signs of stopping. Once Hades and Gory had joined the fray, things went totally out of control. Gory slashed again and again at his agile foe, but to no avail. Ranma was just moving way too fast for the blonde swordsman to come close. Hades had been firing off spells to try and slow the techno-martial artist down, but he too wasn't connecting. Ranma dodged again and again, not fighting back, as he knew that Gory and Hades would never be able to survive if he attacked. However, he was beginning to get annoyed at their attempts. The constant slashing from Gory reminded him of that idiot Kuno from his world. With Hades trying to nail him with fireballs, Elmakion lances, flare and freeze arrows, the Nanodic warrior was getting ticked off. As Ranma continued to dodge, Ranma had decided to take the offensive. He began focusing his ki as Lena and Amelia launched his spells simultaneously. Fireball. Both girls shouted as they shot a pair of huge projectiles at him. Dragon Fire. The two fireballs collided with a huge, blazing stream of Ranmas. However, instead of a huge explosion like Lena and Amelia expected, the fireballs were enveloped into the stream like two droplets in a river. The sorceresses had to duck for cover as the blast rocketed toward them. Both girls yelped as their posteriors were slightly singed when the flames passed over them. Yow! Fought! 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 Amelia was frantically running about as the seat of her pants was smoking. She then spotted a nearby fountain and then sat her bottom into the cool waters. Steam rose from the fountain and Amelia let off a sigh of relief. Luna was patting her rear to put the fire out, and then glared at the person who had burned her butt. Ranma merely smirked as said, "Well, now are you ready to listen?" "No." Freeze arrow. With the fight between Ranma, Gory and Zulgades, fireball. A huge blast of fire magic came streaking at him and Ranma decided that enough was enough. Focusing his ki into his right arm, he made a casual wave and swatted away the Zulgades fireball as if for a beach ball. The attack went streaking off into the heavens, leaving a stunned Zulgades staring up where his attack was deflected. Asterisk beam saber. Asterisk Ranma held out a hand and a metal cylinder appeared. He then gripped it in both hands and mentally activated it, setting the power levels to full. From one end of cylinder, a shaft of blue-white light appeared and formed an energy blade that was a meter in length. Huh? Everyone else's expression mirrored Gory's surprise as they saw a technological version of the Sword of Light. Ranma charged forward and slashed at Gory's blade. The two energy swords collided and sparks went flying as they clashed. The Ranma then began using sword techniques at speeds so fast, his blade became a series of blurred light. He pumped up the saber's energy to maximum in order to counter the Sword of Light. He knew that his weapon wouldn't hold long against Gory's, but if he could keep him from attacking with it, he might be able to take him out. Gory found himself hard-pressed to parry his opponent's blade as he was moving with unbelievable speed and grace. Though his peers considered him an expert swordsman, Ranma clearly had an advantage over him as he had picked up several hundred different sword fighting styles from many alien worlds. He had also mastered all the sword techniques from his Earth. Gory was unable to bring the full power of the Sword of Light to bear on his foe as he didn't give him any opportunity to counter, keeping the blonde mercenary on the defensive. Then he found himself overwhelmed as Ranma let loose with an unbelievable staccato strike that made Kuno's technique seem plodding. Whoa! Gory had never encountered an adversary that could handle a sword like this. Then his blood turned cold as Ranma used his weapon to knock the Sword of Light out of Gory's hands. The energy blade fizzled out as it lost contact with its user. The mystic weapon clattered to the ground and Gory found himself staring down the beam saber's blade as Ranma leveled it at his chest. "Gory!" Sylphile shouted out. Her shout caught the attention of the Luna and Amelia as they temporarily halted in their battle with Ranma. Ranma was at a bit of a loss as he had Gory at his mercy. One thrust was all it would take. The mercenary's body armor would be no protection against the beam saber's blade. He was still considering what to do when he heard something approaching him from behind. YHHH. Sulcades leapt up with his sword held high, intent on cleaving Ranma's skull from behind. It was at that moment that a shout was heard. Raging tiger bolt. Sulcades was knocked to the side as an oval-shaped blast of energy slammed into him. The stone-faced magician went sprawling and landed several meters away. He landed painfully on his back and lay there for several moments before slowly getting back to his feet. He looked up with the rest of his group to see two figures leap down from the roof of a nearby building and take up positions behind Ranma. Ranma had let his attention waver when he heard the shout, and Gory dug down to retrieve the Sword of Light, then roll away to get more fighting room. When he got to his feet and ignited his weapon, his eyes widened as he saw who the newcomers were. Luna, Amelia, Sulcades and Sulfile all looked in the same direction and thought they were seeing quadruple. They had believed they had been fighting against twins, but now they were facing off against four of a kind. Ranma and Kojiro took their positions alongside Ranma and the two groups faced off. Things were about to get even messier. To be continued. Author's notes. Whoa! That was a long haul. Next episode we'll have the conclusion to this battle and the further adventures of our dimension-hopping foursome in the Slayer's universe. We will also meet up with more characters from the Slayer's cast as well as see some more interactions between the four Ranmas. Chapter 3 Chapter 2 The Great Crossover Crisis Disclaimer. The four Ranmas were my ideas, which were based on the creation of the great Rumiko Takahashi. All other characters mentioned in this story belong to their respective creators. Last episode, due to a big mishap in 4 universes, the skull of each reality had accidentally sent the Ranma Sodom of their dimensions into another universe altogether. The four Ranmas had now gotten acquainted with each other and certain secrets of their respective pasts had been revealed. As of now, they are searching the Slayer's world to find a special element they need to get back to their home dimensions. However, Ranma and Ranma had overheard a plot to kill the sorceress Lena Inverse and had decided to stop it. Unfortunately, this led to one gross misunderstanding. Italic thoughts computer responses Ranma from Ranma Ranma from Dragon Child Ranma from Fighting Blind Kojiro, Ranma from Catfist Fury Chapter 2 Battles End and the search goes on. KBOM. Many of the citizens of the town were startled out of their slumber at the sound of the huge explosion. They began rushing toward their windows and saw the fireworks being displayed near the edge of the town's limits. They were all wondering what was causing the commotion and when the local law enforcement was going to respond. Meanwhile, at the scene of the carnage, the leader of the really not so nice gang hid behind a tree and watched and awed at the carnage being wrought. He could have run with the others when the mayhem broke out, but instead decided to stay behind and watch for any opportunity to get his revenge on Lena Inverse, who was currently battling it out with the one kind of magic she had never encountered before, technology. Fireball. Cryogenic beam. Asterisk affirmative. Asterisk, a blue-white beam of intense cold shot out from Ranma's palm. The beam struck Lana's projectile dead-on and caused it to fizzle out. It kept on going and the red-haired sorceress yelped in surprise as she barely managed to duck out of the way. The blast struck an abandoned building and coated it in a thick sheet of ice in less than 2 seconds. Lana blanched at the sight. Holy! What the hell was that? That was more powerful than 100 freeze arrow spells. I didn't even hear him say the attack. What kind of magic is this guy using? Ranma lowered his hand and said in a calm voice, "Now are you ready to listen?" "No. Elimiko and Lance." The Nanodak Ranma winced as he braced himself. With the arrival of his other two-dimensional counterparts, the situation spun even more out of control. Thinking that they were here to attack them, Lima and their friends reacted in their usual ways of fight first and ask questions later. No one had been able to get a sane word in since then. As of now, each Ranma had gotten into their own separate battles with a member of Lina's party. Ranma had drawn the proverbial short straw and now super science was mixing it up with the strongest powers of black magic and shamanism. RIPCLAW/ Zildji's bit down to suppress a scream of pain as Kojiro's claws actually tore through his stone skin. He jumped back to get some more fighting room and looked down at his flank. His eyes widened as he saw that the skin of a golem had proven to be no protection against the ki-powered strikes of the cat fist. Bits of stone were crumbling off the jagged gash and he could see his blood seeping through the open wound. Looking back up to his opponent, who had shifted to his hybrid form when the fighting broke out, the Chimeran man wondered if he was facing off against a war-beast. Zildji's had drawn his sword and tried attacking with it, since his blade contained some silver in it. Unfortunately, Kojiro proved to be far too agile and evaded each of Zildji's strikes. He continued to slash, kick and punch at the magician/warrior, using advanced fighting techniques that this world had never even dreamed of. Whatever magical attacks Zildji's tried to use would be either evaded or countered with those strange energies of his. Zildji's didn't want to use his more destructive spells in the town, but his foe clearly had an advantage in close quarters combat. He was sorely tempted to use his raw tilt, but Kojiro was moving too fast and the injuries he had sustained so far were starting to add up. Rune Flare. Kojiro did a multiple somersault followed by a fancy evasion pattern to avoid the spears of fiery energy that his opponent started throwing. He then retaliated with his own cat's eye beams. If there was one thing that was constant in any universe, it was that energy was energy, whether it was created by science, sorcery or generated from one's own ki. The blazing hot beams fired out and were just barely stopped when Zildji's managed to summon up a barrier. Unfortunately, the wounds from Kojiro's previous attacks had taken their toll and Zildji's began to falter. His shield shimmered when the beams struck. Then the Nakokan fighter upped the ante by firing a double dose of ki blasts. Raging Tiger Bolt. crescent slash, firing off an oval-shaped projectile, followed by a moon-shaped one shattered Zul'Gady's protective shield, and he had no time to counter as Kojiro charged in at inhuman speeds and began slashing away. Some drawbacks to magic was that one needed time to initiate the stronger spells, which was a critical factor in a fast-paced battle. Furthermore, a person could only cast one spell at a time. The four Ranmas were so experienced with their key techniques was that they could use them instinctively. They weren't quite as draining as summoning up the power from the local spirits. Also, they could easily be combined to their physical to do multiple damage. As Zul'Gades was being slowly worn down by his feline foe, Gory was getting the work out of his life. He had thought that Ranma's beam saber was impressive, but Ranma's Crimson Fang was definitely a match for the Sword of Light. The Dragon Ranma was also no slouch when it came to swordsmanship, and the blonde mercenary found himself against a very worthy opponent. Whoa! Gory thought. This guy's even better than Zangulu's and that demonic howling wind sword of his. Lina's companion tried a side slash with the Sword of Light, only to have Ranma counter with a parry, then stepped inside to deliver a side kick to Gory's ribs. The blonde mercenary's breath was driven out, and it was lucky that Ranma didn't put much force into the kick. Gory was sent flying backward, but he soon got to his feet. He looked to where his opponent was taking an odd stance with his sword held high and was glowing with a blue aura. The great Dragon King Shurek taught me this technique. Behold the 100 Wind Slash of the West. Lina's ears perked up at this announcement as she dodged a few stray plasma bolts from Ranma. Dragon King. Ranma suddenly began swinging his sword in fast arcs, generating tornado-like winds toward Gory. Lina's friend held up his sword to defend, but even an energy blade could not stop the wind. The blasts of air slammed into him, and Gory winced in pain as the air currents rushed by and began ripping through his body armor like blades. Gory found himself swept off the ground and carried high into the air like a leaf caught in a hurricane. Ranma leapt up and then made a spiraling maneuver with his sword. Wind Scream attack. Spinning his sword so fast, the displaced air pressure created a focused sonic boom. At the same time, using his ki to direct it, Ranma slashed forward and sent the attack flying toward his opponent. The blast hit Gory dead on, sending intense vibrations that caused whatever was left of his armor to shake apart. The impact also released a large sonic detonation, which caused Gory's sense of balance and hearing to temporarily go haywire. The Dragon Warrior made certain that the attack was only strong enough to shake up his opponent and not kill him. The attack worked and Gory lapsed into unconsciousness as he experienced vertigo from being tossed about in Ranma's earlier technique. The blonde swordsman lost his grip on the Sword of Light as he fell to the ground. Fortunately, Ranma used a simple levitation spell to slow his descent, and Gory landed on the ground with all the impact of a cotton ball. Meanwhile, Amelia and Sophiel were having no luck whatsoever trying to defeat Ranma. Unfortunately, because they used magic in their attacks, Their energies were way too easy for the blind Amazon to detect and anticipate their attacks. Of course, right now he was only dodging as he tried to calm them down. His sixth and seventh senses were telling him that his attackers weren't evil, just misguided. Though he did find it strange that Sophile's aura almost matched that of Kasumi's. Shaking his head, he continued to evade Amelia's attempts to fry, electrocute, freeze and blast him into next week. Sophile was holding back and prepared to use defensive spells should their opponent try to attack them. The White Priestess didn't have much in terms of offensive magic, except for the very destructive Dragon Slave and a sometimes working flare arrow. Stand still, enemy of justice, and take your righteous punishment from a true defender of good. Amelia threw a couple of fireballs and one Elmetian lance. Ranma wondered just what the heck she was talking about as he dodged the two fireballs and then used his senses on the Elmetian lance. He immediately assessed the power of the spell and began focusing his ki into his battle staff. He then made a swinging arc, trailing a bright line of ki. Ki cutter. Amelia and Sophile were shocked as the beam was sliced into halves, which passed harmlessly by the blind Amazon and disintegrated. His staff must be enchanted, Sophile exclaimed. Ranma shook his head and replied, "No, it's not. I just happen to know a few things about magic myself. Anyway, why are you attacking my friends and me? We haven't done anything to you. Do not try to deceive us." Amelia piped up. "I saw your friend trying to put that magic inhibitor on Miss Lena. You're in league with those who no doubt plan to do some horrible and unspeakable act upon her. It is my duty as the Princess of Salem and Avatar of Righteousness that all those who pledge allegiance to evil must pay for their foul and dishonorable ways. I, Amelia Zerun, shall smite thee with the hammer of justice." Amelia then took a heroic pose that would have put Sailor Moon to shame. Ranma and Sophile both had large sweat drops on the backs of their heads, and then the unseen white martial artist pinched the bridge of his nose with a free hand and shook his head. And I thought Kuno's speeches were hard on my ears. He let off a sigh as he took a simple stance with his staff slung over one shoulder. "Very well. It seems that the only way I can get you to listen is if I defeat you. So come on." With these words, he charged forward. Flare arrow. Amelia released several fiery projectiles at her foe, but to her surprise, the blind Ranma casually dodged her attack with a forward flip. He then landed and grinned. "Cute, but predictable. Why don't you try something else?" Bomb spread. Ranma made a kind of swaying maneuver and dodged the sparks as Amelia's energy ball exploded in front of him. Being blind did give him an advantage as he was not distracted by the bright flashes of light. Amelia had to shield her eyes though and was very surprised when she felt something tap her shoulder. That was amusing. Ranma grinned even more as he hopped back a few yards. Amelia was getting frustrated as her attacks were being ridiculed. Time to get more serious. She began invoking her more powerful spells in shamanism. wind which blows across eternity, gather in my hands and become my strength. Be Ranmas. As soon as Ranma sensed the power buildup, he knew that something big was coming. His senses picked up the sudden blast of wind coming at him as he held up his staff and began charging up his ki. He then twirled his staff and countered the arrow of wind. Spirit spin. The magical energies of the brandish started flying apart as Ranma's ki energies interacted with them. When Amelia's attack faded away, the blind Ranma decided that it was time that he went on the offensive. He leapt forward and landed 3 yards in front of Amelia. He calmly slung his staff over his shoulder and gestured with a finger while standing in a neutral stance. Take your best shot. The young princess of Salem was still dumbfounded as to how Ranma had deflected her brandish with just a staff. But now she saw an opportunity. She concentrated her energies and let loose with an attack. Wind, crimson flame. Grant the power of thunder to my hand. Digger volt. The blast of lightning streaked at the blind Amazon. Then he suddenly split into 2 separate images. How? That never happened before. Amelia was expecting Ranma to be extra crispy, not become twins. Ranma grinned as his 2 images became 4, then became 8, then doubled again. Soon Amelia found herself encircled by 17 illusions of her foe which floated and began to rotate. Chinese Amazon technique. The splitting cat hairs. The unseen light fighter explained from within the illusion. Amelia looked from one image to another, trying to discern which one was the real Ranma. She was very frustrated as she tried concentrating her magical senses on her opponent. But there was a problem. There was no magic involved, rather that the technique simply caused the user's ki to blanket out to create those illusions. As a result, Amelia couldn't lock onto her foe's life energies. Then she felt something press against the nape of her neck and she suddenly slipped into unconsciousness. The illusion faded away, leaving Ranma standing over the fallen girl after touching her sleeper point. Sophile stared in amazement at Ranma, who then directed his attention to her. With just a finger and a simple-looking illusion spell, Amelia had been defeated. Ranma was about to go into a defensive stance, but then sensed that the girl wasn't any danger to him. He then smiled as he casually walked up to her. SS stay back. Sophile held up her hands, preparing to release the spell. The blind Amazon shrugged as he knelt down and put an index finger to the ground. He then focused his ki into the dirt and directed it toward the area where the white priestess was standing. A cloud of dust was suddenly kicked up around Sophile, distracting her for just a few moments. That was all the unseen light fighter needed as he rushed forward and delivered several shiatsu strikes, immobilizing her voluntary skeletal muscles and her larynx. Sophile found herself paralyzed and unable to say anything. She was effectively prevented from casting any spells. Ranma gave her a whimsical smile while patting her shoulder. Why don't you keep out of this fight? All right. It's almost over. Lena Inverse was breathing really hard as she had been fighting against Ranma for a good 10 minutes non-stop. The Nanodak warrior showed no signs at all of tiring, and she had been throwing her more destructive spells at him with little or no effect. The area had been devastated by wind, fire, ice and lightning. Her opponent, however, either dodged her attacks or pulled out some strange weapons out of nowhere. She had never seen such things as a CX-949 Mark II Buster rifle, a T-499 Atmog blaster, or H-188 stun grenades. She began thinking that he was some kind of magic user with access to a really big hole in the astral plane where he stored all those weird weapons. Those devices had more firepower than entire kingdoms. Her reserves of magic were almost depleted, and now she was starting to feel the telltale signs of something else. She had started to feel those cramps the previous day, and she knew that it was beginning to hamper her magical performance. Oh no! It's getting to be that time of the month. Not now. Lena grimaced as she became a bit unbalanced. That familiar feeling of nausea and increase in body temperature confirmed it. She took a quick glance and saw that her allies were being defeated. Amelia and Sulfile were out of action due to Ranma's pressure point attacks. Gory had been trounced by Ranma, who was now holding the Sword of Light. As for Zulgades, Lena became horrified as he was picked up by Kojiro and slammed headfirst into a nearby wall. The climber rolled to the ground and was unconscious. Nearby, the Nakoken fighter winced and held his side where a small gash was bleeding. He growled at his foe and said, "When I knock you down, you better stay down, Zulgades." She then took another look at her fallen friends, then shouted out to her adversary, "You hurt my friends. Attacking me with a magical inhibitor is one thing, but nobody does that to my friends." Ranma, who had just made his last weapon disappear and was standing before her, replied with a stern expression, "I didn't start this fight, but if you don't stop this nonsense and listen to reason, then I'm the one who is going to finish it. We'll see who finishes who." Lena began concentrating her remaining strength as a ball of light appeared in her hands. Darkness beyond twilight. Ranma's magical senses went on alert as he saw the ball of light. He began to have memories of what his teacher Shojin had told him about certain spells. Spells that were powerful enough to kill a dragon. Crimson beyond blood that flows. Ranma's eyes widened as he suddenly realized what spell Lena was about to cast. "Ranma, look out. It's a dragon slave." Ranma nodded as his biocomputer began registering the power buildup. "I've got it covered. Just make sure everyone's clear of the blast zone." Ranma nodded as he gathered up the fallen body of Gory and motioned for Kojiro and Ranma to do the same with the others. When they all came together, the dragon warrior began erecting a barrier. "Buried in the stream of time, that's where your power grows. Asterisk magical energies now registering at 100,000. Massive destruction imminent. Asterisk annihilator. Set for 1 billionth of maximum payload." Affirmative. I pledge myself to conquer all those who stand. Ranma held out an arm and his most destructive weapon came into being. The super antimatter cannon was the size of a field artillery piece as it rested on his arm like an oversized bazooka. Against the mighty gift bestowed in my unworthy hand, a targeting sight slid out and fitted itself in front of Ranma's eyes. He mentally disabled the locks and was about to fund the firing mechanism. Let the fools who stand before us be destroyed by the power you and I possess. Fire! Dragon Slave! The ball of energy that Luna had been collecting suddenly shot forward and became a beam of multifaceted light. At the same time, the Annihilator spewed out a huge beam of antimatter from its barrel to impact heavily against the most powerful spell of black magic. For one brief moment, the two forces battled against each other, each trying to overpower the other. However, an instant later, the Dragon Slave lost the battle as the Annihilator's beam enveloped the spell and kept on going. Luna's attack was strong enough to destroy a dragon. The antimatter contained in the beam eats up energy like candy. The power of the Dragon Slave merely strengthened the Annihilator's beam. Luna screamed as she saw that attack heading toward her. She had absolutely no time for a counterattack or defense. Not that there was anything she knew that was strong enough to stop the attack as she braced herself and prepared to die. Killing her was not Ranma's intent though. He had aimed his blast carefully so that the Dragon Slave would become absorbed, and by tilting up the cannon slightly, the beam passed over Luna's head. Fortunately, since he was facing away from the city at the time, the beam would not endanger anyone. The blast went streaking off into the distance, where it impacted heavily on a distant mountain range. He had also taken into account of where his ship was parked and aimed away from it. There was brilliant flash of light and the night sky was lit up until it was like noon. There was a huge shockwave, and even though they were more than 20 miles away, the earth rumbled as if subjected to an earthquake. The aftershocks caused trees to be knocked over like matchsticks, and the citizens of the city huddled in terror at the sudden light show and destruction. When it all settled down and the light faded away back into night, Ranma lowered the cannon a bit and Luna found herself staring down the barrel. Next time, Luna inverse, I won't aim to miss. Luna gulped as she looked behind her and saw that a huge wedge of the countryside had been reduced to a blackened ruin, and that the mountains that were there were now non-existent. Whatever that weapon was, it had proven to be even more powerful than anything she had ever seen. It definitely put her Dragon Slave to shame. It might even be more powerful than the dreaded Giga Slave. There they are. Get them. They're the ones who had been causing all the trouble. Ranma looked over to one side and saw a mob of people heading toward them. He saw that some of them were wearing uniforms and assumed that they must be from the local authorities. Shaking his head the entire debacle, he made his Annihilator disappear and motioned for the others to follow him. It would take far too much trouble for them to try to explain everything, so it made sense for them to just leave. He engaged his anti-gravity systems and shot up into the heavens. Taking this as his cue, Ranma grabbed both of his dimensional counterparts and he too lifted off into the air. In no time whatsoever, they were gone from sight. Ranma stared up at the retreating group as they disappeared into the heavens. She then remembered her friends and rushed over to where they were. Gory and Zulgades were just starting to come around and Sophia began to feel her arms and legs again. Amelia was still asleep. As she helped Gory to his feet, she began wondering who those four were and what kind of magic they had used. She was especially interested in Ranma's annihilator. Eventually, Lima and her group had discovered that Ranma and his friends had been telling the truth. When they came across the bandit leader under a pile of rubble, they coaxed the truth out of him rather they threatened massive bodily harm. Lima was feeling pretty embarrassed with her impulsive actions, but then she had time to think about it as they were being chased out of town by an angry mob. Some time later, the five of them were sitting near a campfire, tending to their wounds and talking about the strange group that had given them all runs for their money. I wondered just who those four guys were. Lina mused as she let Sophia use her white magic to tend to the scratches and bruises she received from her battle with Ranma. The white priestess couldn't do anything about Lina's time of the month condition. That was a natural function of the female body and she would have to come out of that on her own. Which was just as well that her opponent and his friends had decided to leave. At that moment, she didn't have enough power to do anything besides a lighting spell. Lina shivered as she remembered the image of her dragon slave being devoured by that strange weapon. The massive destruction it caused made the most powerful attack in black magic look like a firecracker. She smiled slightly as imagined herself with such a potent weapon at her disposal. What I wouldn't give to have that. And all those other magical weapons too. Since Lima Inverse was about as familiar with technology as Corey was with knowing what a fiancé was, she naturally assumed that Ranma's arsenal were mystical artifacts that were powered by some unknown form of magic. She knew absolutely nothing of fusion reactors, meson/anti-meson thermoelectric batteries, or quantum energy projectiles. As Lina was contemplating this, the others also talked about their opponents. I'm telling you, that creature I thought was some kind of werbeast. Zulgades stated as he rubbed his bandaged side and began invoking a healing spell. His head also throbbed a bit from being rammed head first into a wall. That can't be right, Mr. Zulgades. Look, there isn't a full moon out tonight. Amelia pointed up at the sky, which depicted a quarter moon that was partially hidden behind some clouds. Besides, it didn't burn when you managed to cut it with your sword. The cameraman nodded as he thought about it. He had managed to nick Kojiro before the Nakoken fighter had slammed him into a wall. Instead of screaming in pain from the contact with Silver, the Catfist fighter had gotten angry and Zulgades couldn't remember anything else after he had blacked out and awoken after the battle. He then began thinking about those strange energy attacks of Kojiro's. They weren't magic. As a proficient magic user, He was quite familiar with the kinds of energy that was created by white and black magic as well as shamanism. Other than a slight emanation of supernatural energies, Kojiro emitted no considerable amounts of mystic energy. So what exactly did he shoot from his hands and eyes? And the way he used that same power to cut through his stone skin like parchment? Whatever those attacks were, they hurt. Zulgades took on a thoughtful look. You may be right, Amelia, now that I think about it. I'm not sure what those people used, but it wasn't magic. At least it wasn't anything that I'm familiar with. Amelia nodded as she rubbed the back of her neck. I still don't know what that other guy used to put me to sleep like that. I swear that all he did was touch me with one finger. And I've never heard an illusion spell called the splitting cat hairs. She turned to where Selphile was sitting. How about you, Selphile? The white priestess shook her head. I'm just as much in the dark as you are. I don't understand how he could have paralyzed me with just his finger. He also somehow prevented me from speaking so I couldn't cast any spells. And when he touched the ground and made that cloud of dust appear, I didn't hear him invoke any of the earth spirits. Amelia looked off to stare at nothing in particular. He beat us both, with almost no effort at all. The way he moved, it was as if he were reading my mind. He anticipated my every attack. I've never seen anyone move like that. One thing for sure, those guys were really tough. Everyone turned to Gory, who was at the moment fixing a spare blade to the Sword of Light. Selphile had already healed the worst of the swordsman's injuries, but he was feeling depressed. He had thought himself as proficient with the blade, but after first being outmatched by Ranma, then blasted by Ranma, the blonde mercenary was feeling a bit low on self-esteem. Gory dear, you mustn't be sad. You had to fight two of them. Selphile said to comfort him. Yeah, well, I've never seen that kind of swordplay before, and those swords they had, well, I'm pretty sure that last guy I thought was using a magic blade. Lina and Amelia had to nod at that. They had sensed great magic from Ranma. That dragon fire attack of his was more powerful than a fireball. The girls still had the burns on their posteriors to prove it. However, they had also seen him use that same strange energy that the others were using as well. They were still wondering that reference he made to the Dragon Kings and wondered if he had been referring to the ones on Katarat Mountain. The five of them decided that it was just too much to think about for the moment and decided to get some sleep. Some distance away, the four Ranmas were also sitting near a campfire beside Ranma's spacecraft. Well, that was a waste of time, Kojiro remarked as he idly munched on a sandwich. Thanks to a few high-tech medical supplies from the ship, the wounds he had sustained from fighting Zulgades had been healed up in a flash. The others were also healed up and were enjoying a late-night snack. Yeah, talk about gratitude, Ranma remarked. Try to save a person's life and what do you get instead of thanks? Mass destruction spells and a couple of swordsmen that are trying to run you through. Well, what's done is done. Ranma sighed. He took a bite out of his own sandwich. Though technically, he could survive on minimum amounts of food due to his highly efficient physiology, he still needed to keep up appearances, and he did enjoy the taste of good food. In any case, he could store and use any food energy he consumed with 98% efficiency. Hoping to change the subject, he asked two of his counterparts if they had located any Koreaum. Kojiro and Ranma shook their heads. It was at that time that the Nakoken fighter said, "Hey Ranma, what was that big cannon that you used to stop that girl's spell?" Ranma sighed as he replied, "That was the most powerful weapon in my arsenal. It's a Mark 25, super antimatter cannon called the Annihilator. I had hoped that I wouldn't have to use it, but when that Luna Inverse used the Dragon Slave, well, it was the only thing I had to stop her from blowing us up, not to mention the entire town. As you may or may not know, antimatter eats up energy, so I had no problems in absorbing that magical attack. And that was only at 1/1000th of the Annihilator's maximum. 1/1000th. The other three Ranmas heaped. Ranma smirked. I've only used it once at full power, and trust me, it's not pretty. At full power, I could take out an entire quadrant. In any case, enough about what's already happened. We still need to find that Koreaum and get out of here." "Yeah, but where do we look?" Ranma asked. Ranma gestured to his ship, which began projecting a holographic image of the world they were in. It also sent metal images into the head of the blind Ranma. It then displayed the geographical location of a large city. "What you're seeing is a city that the natives call Salient. My probes tell me that there are large deposits of gemstones and artifacts that are emitting energies that are similar to that of Koreaum. Since there is so much magical interference, my ship's sensors can't isolate the Koreaum from the rest of the magic items there. If we want to get any Koreaum, we're going to have to go to Salient and check it out with our complo guides. Just so long as we don't meet up with that crazy bunch again, I'll be happy," Ranma stated. Ranma nodded as he opened the hatch to his ship and let the others inside to sleep for the night. The very next morning, Luna and her group were on the road heading back toward Amelia's hometown. "So why we're heading back to Salient, Amelia?" The little princess smiled as she thought about her father. "The message that my father has sent me a couple of days ago told me that Salient had received a shipment of mystic stones that had just been discovered. The priests of Salient are now studying them. Some of these stones had fallen from the sky and possess some strange magical energy that we have yet to identify. They say that these stones could actually quadruple a person's magical powers." Luna's face perked up with interest at this news. The thought of actually getting more powerful appealed to her, and she began thinking about just how to borrow a few of these stones. Zilgades also showed some interest as he thought about getting enough power to change back to his human form. As Luna's group made their way from the opposite direction, a ship that was using its cloaking field was also racing toward Salient. Meanwhile, in some place that was dark and evil, Another was planning to make a trip to Salem. However, his intentions were as dark as his own heart. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that does it for Chapter 2. Next up, the conclusion to the visit to the Slayer's world as the four Ranmas try their best to get back to their home dimensions. However, it's not going to be easy for them as a new evil will try to thwart their plans. Stay tuned. Chapter 4 Chapter 3 Part 1 The Great Crossover Crisis Disclaimer. Give the credit to Rumiko Takahashi and all the other people who created these characters. The people that I made up are just that, made up. Italic. Thoughts. Computer responses. Ranma. Ranma from Ranma HD. Ranma from Dragon Child B. Ranma from Fighting Blind Kojiro. Ranma from Catfist Fury. Last episode, after destroying an entire mountain range from their unintentional battle with Lena Inverse and her party, the four Ranmas decided to travel to Salem in order to find the element they need to get back to their home dimensions. Little do they know that Lena Inverse and her company are also on a journey back to Amelia's home kingdom. An old enemy of Lena's is also heading their way with thoughts of vengeance. Chapter 3 Go Team Ranma. Part 1 They're pretty good. Ranma commented as he watched two of his counterparts spar with each other. The four had landed on the outskirts of Salem in their cloaked ship the night before. Early the next morning, Kojiro and Ranma had woken early and decided to test each other's skills against one another. The other two Ranmas had found them trading blows outside of the ship. Ranma nodded as he analyzed Kojiro and Ranma's moves. They recognized the Shoto anything goes style in both of the combatants, but Kojiro seemed to be more proficient in using it than his sightless opponent. Then again, the Amazon Ranma had been raised by the Jotsuzoku for more than half his life, and had not been put through the same training sessions as the Catfist fighter after that horrid pit of cats. His Amazonian wushu, shiatsu, and ki control were nothing to sneeze at though. As the two battled one another, the technological and mystical Ranmas could see that the two contrasted each other in both personality and fighting styles. Kojiro was like the Sabertooth, ferocious and very strong-willed. He was independent and wasn't afraid to speak out his mind. He had the kind of street smarts that Ranma could relate to from living on his own and making his own choices in life, without the influence of their common relation, their idiot father Ranma. He fought with fangs and claws bared, relying on savage strength and speed. Yet he did not lash out blindly, rather he used a primal instinct, like a predator on the hunt. In short, Ranma did not let the Catfist control him, rather he used that power to his best advantage. Like the tiger, as long as one didn't bother him, then he or she would have nothing to fear. Get him angry or irritated and Kojiro would make certain that the person would regret being foolish enough to tick him off. On the other hand, Ranma showed a kind of thoughtfulness that went beyond his years. He thought with uncanny precision and accuracy. His strikes were carefully measured and delivered only enough force to do the job. Though he had nowhere near Kojiro's inhuman strength and speed, the special senses and skills he had learned more than compensated for the wide margin in physical abilities. He moved with subtle grace and evaded many of Kojiro's blows by mere millimeters. It was almost as if he could read Kojiro's thoughts and moved only as much as was required. The unseen light fighter was far more aware of his environment than all of them and could detect some things that even high-tech scanners and mystical senses could not, such as the inner emotions of another person. His fighting style was basically defensive, using the attacker's own power against him, but he also attacked when it was necessary. All in all, both gave each other a run for his money. Raging Tiger Bolt. Kojiro had thought he could distract Ranma with a ki blast, to follow through with a jump kick. However, he may as well have given his opponent an engraved invitation. Ranma's sixth sense had already detected the sudden buildup of ki and his seventh sense tracked Kojiro's radar image as he leapt toward him. Easily dodging the ki blast, the unseen light fighter ducked under the kick, then jabbed a finger into his friend's extended leg. The cat fist fighter winced as he felt his leg's muscles begin to lock up. He was then hit in the solar plexus as Ranma took out his staff and made it extend to its 5-foot length, driving him back. He managed to roll away and then hit the side of his thigh to release the locking effect of the Amazon's shiatsu attack. Though his knowledge of manipulating power points was nowhere near Ranma's, he did know a fair amount about the effects of focusing one's ki to disrupt nerve impulses. Not bad, Ranma. Didn't see that one coming. Kojiro said as he and his opponent circled one another. You're pretty good yourself, Kojiro. Ranma remarked as he made a feint with his staff, and then launched a barrage of darts from out of nowhere with a wave of his free hand. Kojiro wasted no time and made a casual swipe with his claws, shredding the darts into confetti. Well, so you know the hidden weapon style that idiot Moose uses. You're familiar with it. Ranma stabbed forward with his staff. I went up against Moose in my dimension. He's become nothing more than a nuisance since I fought him. He slashed forward with his claws. He was very surprised when the staff didn't fall apart, then noticed a faint energy surrounding the weapon. He figured that the blind Amazon must have been focusing his own ki into the rod to deflect the cutting power of his claws. Yeah, he's pretty much a pest in my world too. At least you were lucky. I had to grow up in the same village with him for 8 years. He's really making my cousin Shampoo annoyed with his stupid "oh my darling shampoo" speeches and stuff. Ranma mimicked Moose's voice as he retracted his staff, then let loose with a fast triple hit combo, followed by a sweet kick. For someone who can still see, he's more blind than I am. Kojiro evaded the attacks, then countered with some swipes, then used a roundhouse kick. I take it, he sees you as an obstacle to his darling shampoo. The Nakoken martial artist winced as he remembered all those times Moose attacked him for stealing his intended bride. Yeah, Well, they say love makes one blind, pardon the pun, and nobody's more blind to the truth than he is. The unseen light martial artist evaded the swipes, then countered the kick by grabbing the extended leg and using leverage to toss his opponent over his shoulder. Kojiro went flying, but simply turned in midair, used a nearby tree to rebound off and sent him hurtling back. He fired off his I-beams before landing lightly on his feet. Ranma sensed the attack, but he only had time to bring up his arms in an X-block and focus his ki. He winced as his aura took the brunt of the attack, but some of its force still came through and he could feel the heat of the beams. Biting back the slight burns on his arms, he moved forward and threw a fast barrage of punches. KDCHUDNSHINAMAGURIKN. Kojiro had experienced this technique before and countered with his own Tiger Claw Frenzy. The arms of both combatants blurred as they delivered their speed techniques. Though Ranma was a lot faster than Shampoo, Kojiro knew that he still had the advantage in overall speed. Ranma leapt back with numerous small cuts on his arms, like dozens of little paper cuts. The catfist fighter smirked, and then his smile disappeared as he suddenly felt pain flaring up on his upper arms and some on his chest. Ranma smiled as he said, "Your speed technique is superior to the chestnuts roasting over an open fire, but that doesn't mean that I have to hit you many times to hurt you." Kojiro then realized that some of Ranma's shots had targeted pressure points on his arms and chest, instead of just punching. He could feel his hands begin to lock up and a series of stinging sensations along his upper torso. The few hits his opponent had managed to land were as effective as the many cuts that the Tiger Claw Frenzy had inflicted. Despite the raw power of the Nakoken, Ranma's techniques made him just as lethal, and an opponent to be respected. "That's enough, guys," Ranma declared as he got between the two of them. "Remember, we still have a job to do. We still have to locate that Korean dog, but we were just getting warmed up." Kojiro pouted. "I haven't had a good workout like that in a long while." Ranma concurred. "You guys will have plenty of time later to practice with each other and compare notes with your lives, but right now, we've got more important things to take care of. For now, let's have those wounds and cuts tended to and get ready to go into Salient." A few minutes later, the four ventured into the city. Kojiro and Ranma had been healed up, thanks to the medical technology of Ranma's ship. Though he was impressed at the advanced medical abilities of the devices, the blind Amazon healer still preferred his own methods, as he considered his world's modern doctors as too dependent on technology. Not that he had anything against advances in helping the sick and injured, but machines were cold and unfeeling. He was taught to give the best of care in not only the physical sense, but also in the mental and emotional departments as well. An entire village of Amazon females all seemed to agree on this point, especially when he was the one giving treatment. "Alright, you guys. According to what the complots are saying, the greatest concentration of Koreans seems to be in that big castle over there. He ran up wanted to the mentioned structure at the center of the city. So we have to go in there. That shouldn't be too much of a problem, Kojiro remarked. Now hold on a minute, Ranma said. We don't know what's in there and we can't just walk up there without permission. And don't think we can just barge in throwing key blasts and stuff. For all we know, there might be people in there who are like the ones we met back in that other town. I'd like to avoid another misunderstanding if you don't mind. The three other Ranmas nodded in agreement. Spotting a nearby cafe, they decided to stop for breakfast, while they thought up a plan to get into the castle and search for the element they needed. Sometime earlier, in a small cavern near the ruins of the city once known as Serag, Sophile's birthplace, and an old enemy of Lena Inverse and her friends had been stirring. It had been a week after the release of the Gigaslave and the defeat of Hellmaster Fibriso. What was left of him had been festering in these caverns since then. He was less than a phantom of his former self after his near obliteration from the dreaded Gigaslave. He had been under the presumption that he could wreak chaos over the world by forcing the sorceress into invoking that destructive magic, but his plan had backfired and he had become the victim of the Lord of Nightmare's power. It had only through sheer luck that he had managed to transfer a small portion of his own being into the astral plane before the rest of him had been annihilated. Now that tiny shred was all that was left of him. To say that he wasn't happy would be an understatement. The Dark Lord had been slowly gathering energy in the hope of regaining his former self. But with his power depleted to nil, the villain realized that it would take eons before he could regain even a billionth of his old power. No, he needed some kind of catalyst and a huge amount of energy to jumpstart him on the road to recovery. He could only manage the simplest of spells at the moment and without a physical form. He could not maintain his focus for very long. His gaseous state left him too unstable and it took most of Fibriso's concentration to keep his form from scattering like smoke. It wouldn't be long before the last shred of Fibriso's essence would be gone for good. Then, a once-in-a-billion lifetimes opportunity appeared. No more than a day ago, a vagabond stumbled into the ruins, looking for a place to spend the night. Fibriso had leapt at the chance and phased his essence into the body of the unfortunate individual, driving the poor soul from its rightful place. The vagabond died that day, but Fibriso was reborn. He now had physical substance and a container to hold more power. Since that time, Fibriso had been secretly going around, stealing magical talismans and artifacts, and transferring his essence into other ghosts, gathering more and more power with every new vessel. He went after sorcerers and wizards, adding their magic to his own and gaining ever stronger. Still it was not enough. Although by now, he inhabited the body of a very powerful black magic wizard, he still needed far more energy to regain the destructive power he once possessed. To that end, he heard rumors of mysterious stones that could dramatically increase a person's magical potential by at least 4 or 5 times. With those stones, Fibriso could become the Dark Lord once again. However, The problem was finding a host that had enough magical ability so that the stones could amplify those powers to that of his old selves. His current host was about the equal of Lena Inverse in the realm of black magic, but he needed more. He had considered seeking out Lena Inverse and taking over her body, but the idea was quickly discarded. He wanted Lena Inverse to live so that he could exact his revenge upon her. Taking over her body and forcing out her soul was too quick. It was then that he came across the ruins of laboratory that once belonged to Rizzo, the Red Priest. He then used an searing spell and discerned that this was the place where a copy of Rizzo had been created. He also discovered that a few samples were still intact, including a few strands of hair from the Red Priest himself, and some hairs from another wizard. It was then that Fibriso had gotten an evil idea. If he could not find a suitable body, then he would simply make himself one. And why stop at just a copy of an inferior human priest or second-rate wizard? About a week after he started fashioning himself a new body, he suddenly sensed a huge surge of power emanating near the city of Salem. He paused in his work as he gauged the destructive energies being used. He recognized part of those energies as black magic. Judging by how it was focused, he came to the conclusion that someone had used a dragon slave recently. However, that other energy source was unknown to him. It seemed to consume the magic of the dragon slave and become ever more powerful. It wasn't magic, that was for certain, as it did not draw upon the normal sources of power on this world. He began wondering just whom or what could cause such a huge imbalance of power and overcome the strongest spell in black magic without resorting to a counterspell. He decided to table this new discovery for later as he continued to work on his new form. He had been raiding magical archives and tombs of wizards in order to get the samples he needed. It wouldn't be long before he had all the ingredients he needed to exact his long-awaited revenge against a certain flat-cheested witch. Present time, it's great to back, Amelia exclaimed, as she and her party were nearing the outskirts of Salem. For the most part, the group were getting along, except for Lena, who was still in that time of the month, which would probably last until late the next day. Of course, with her being so cranky, the others tended to avoid her. Unknown to them, however, a couple of shady characters were following them from a distance. Their intent was also to see the fabulous and mysterious stones that the Salem white magic priests had recently acquired. However, their intent was far from just research. Somewhere near the walls of the castle, okay, so knocking on the front door is out of the question, Kojiro commented as he and his companions looked at the heavily armed guards at the main gate. It wasn't that they feared their weapons or anything. Any one of the Ranmas could take them out, no problem. But as Ranma had said, they wanted to avoid drawing attention to themselves. So now what? Ranma asked. They won't let us in to see the ruler, Prince what's his name? Prince Filiwano, Ranma supplied. In any case, his name isn't important. Are you sure that the Kurium is in there? Ranma nodded as he looked over the palace with the energy scanners built into his eyes. Definitely in there, but I can't pinpoint it. Too much magical interference from various artifacts and people. Guess the only way we'll be able to find it is if we search the place. You're suggesting that we sneak in there? Kojiro asked. Why don't we wait until tomorrow? Ranma asked. I mean, the posters in town said that the stones will be on display to the public. Maybe we could. Ranma shook his head. No. We can't risk trying to get it then. It's too open. In any case, I don't think they'll believe us if we tried to explain why we need that stone. Besides, the longer we stay in this world, the greater the chance of our unintentionally disrupting it. No, I would prefer it if we got the Korean quickly and quietly, and get out here as soon as possible with as little disruption as we can muster. We don't belong in this world, and it would be best for everyone to limit our contact with this place. Besides, I know how anxious you guys are to get back to your own worlds, right? The other three Ranmas nodded. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Meanwhile, Amelia and her party arrived at the main gate and were greeted by the royal guards. Once escorted into the castle, Amelia's father happily greeted them. Oh my dear Amelia! The giant, so-called pacifist ruler cried out as he swept up his daughter in a giant bear hug. I see that you had gotten my message. Yes, Daddy. Amelia replied as she hugged her father back, and was then set back down. Daddy, you remember my friends? She gestured over to the group behind her. Yes, it is good to see you all again. Philionel replied as he shook hands and gave polite bows. He then gestured to some servants to show them to the guest quarters. Later that evening, Ranma and Ranma stood on a high rooftop near the west side of the castle walls. The Nanodic soldier was speaking into his pin communicator to the other Ranmas, who were planning to make their way in through the east side. Okay guys, remember the plan. Once you're inside, try to keep using your energies to a minimum. I'm not sure what kind of detection devices they have in there, but it would be best if we didn't draw any attention to ourselves. Go in there and find that Korean. We don't need very much. One fistful should be plenty. If you're not sure, then check your complo guides. Be sure to keep your communicators open in case you get into any trouble. Got it. Got it. All the other Ranmas replied as they prepared to enter the castle in their own unique way. Ranma nodded as he looked at his dragon counterpart. How about you? You probably have the biggest amount of magic of the four of us. You'd stick out like a sore thumb in there. Don't worry about it. I've learned how to mask my energies back in the dragon world. In any case, shall we get started? The intergalactic bounty hunter nodded as he looked at their first obstacle, the high wall. I could use my anti-grav system to get us both up there and, hold on a minute. Wouldn't your energies be detected as well? Like you said before, we don't exactly know how their detection methods work. You're right. Looks like we're going to have to scale the wall. That's a big place. We've got to search for something the size of an apple. We don't have time to waste. I'll fly us both in, but don't worry about it. I have another way of flying that doesn't emit very much energy. Ranma assured as he took off his shirt and then began concentrating. Ranma was about to ask what he was talking about when suddenly, a pair of huge, leathery wings sprouted out from his back. The huge appendages measured a little more than twice the length of his body. The dragon warrior gave his wings a few practice flaps as he spread them wide. How did you? Ranma smiled as he said, I'm part dragon, remember? I prefer using my ki to fly, since it doesn't take as much effort as flapping my wings and it's a lot faster. One major drawback is that chaotic energy surges can disrupt my flying field. Flying over such a large concentration of magic like that castle there would have certainly caused me difficulty. Hang on. Without another word, Ranma took a deep breath, then gave his wings a powerful downward thrust. He was soon airborne, then swooped down to pick up his technological counterpart. Once he had his passenger firmly in hand, he then winged his way toward a dark and seemingly deserted part on the inner courtyard. On the other side, Ranma and Kojiro had easily broken into the east side and were now sneaking their way into the castle. They were at a great advantage in the darkness as Kojiro possessed extraordinary night vision, thanks to his feline side, and you wouldn't have to be a genius to figure out that Ranma would have no trouble maneuvering in the dark. Ranma motioned for his friend to follow him as he snuck up behind a couple of guards without a sound. A couple of quick jabs applied to their sleeper points and they were sent to dreamland. He then crept up at the door and used his senses to probe the bolted door in front of him. He smiled as he discerned the inner mechanism of the lock. He then began focusing his key into the lock and a moment later, the heavy metal bar dissolved into powder with no more sound than sand pouring down between one's fingers. That's pretty handy, Kojiro remarked quietly as he and his companion silently made their way inside. In one of the guest rooms, Sophia awoke with a start as her psychic senses detected the presence of someone. She felt several controlled energy sources and one source seemed somewhat familiar. She began wondering as to who it could be, then she remembered just where she had felt him before. Her thoughts went back to that battle a few days earlier and the person she went up against. Whoever that stranger was, he was quite powerful and drew on a kind of magic that she had never seen before. Though for some reason, she thought that there was something not quite right about him. As a white priestess, she had been trained to use her magical talents to probe the human body in order to assess any damage and heal it, but something about him did not seem quite normal. Furthermore, he had used a skill that she had only heard about in legend. There were ancient stories of great clerics and shamans that could heal with just a simple touch of the finger without any magic whatsoever. That knowledge, if it ever existed, was lost over the centuries as white magic became the principal tool for healing the sick and injured. Sophia, like all white priestesses and sages, were more used to letting their magic do their work for them in healing. They did know some basics of first aid and a rudimentary knowledge of CPR. She had used such techniques to help revive Lena during their battle with Capirizo. However, in the end, she was forced to use her resurrection spell in order to bring her back. The stranger, however, had used no such spells. That much she was sure of. That illusion he did was certainly not magic, and he had put Amelia to sleep just by pressing a spot on her neck. Then he amazed her even further by paralyzing all of her skeletal muscles and her larynx, effectively preventing her from casting any spells. That alone got her interest piqued. She had since been trying to duplicate his techniques, but with no success. Now she felt his presence again, as he probed the surrounding areas with a subtlety that was almost undetectable by even well-trained ESPers. Then again, her teachers did tell her that her psychic sensitivity seemed to be a little higher than most. She just had to investigate. She just had to find out just who this man was and why he affected her the way he did. Somewhere in the inner areas, Ranma and Kojiro were quietly sneaking about, looking for any place that the stones might be stored in. They had reasoned that they might be kept in some kind of vault. They began looking for any place that might be well guarded. It was then that Ranma suddenly stopped. "What's the matter?" Ranma cocked his head to one side and reached out with his enhanced senses while listening with his ears. "I'm not sure. For a few moments, I thought that I felt something or someone at the edge of my perception range. We may have been detected." Kojiro cocked his head and listened with his own extraordinary hearing. "I don't hear anyone." "Whoa, check that. Someone's coming." Ranma also heard the footsteps and both leapt up toward the ceiling and clung to the rafters above. They tensed up as two guards passed by on their nightly rounds. They both sighed in relief as the sentries went off and disappeared around the corner. After quietly returning to the floor, they pressed on in search of the element they needed. In another part of the castle, Ranma and Ranma were also making their way toward the main vault where they believed the Curium was being stored. They had encountered a few of the guards, but a few knockout pellets from Ranma's mini-dart launcher took care of them. Ranma didn't dare try to use his magical senses to probe the rooms as he relied on his computite and his technological counterpart to scan ahead of them. Unbeknownst to the four Ranmas, a couple of people were already in the vault, admiring Salem's newest treasures. Also, another uninvited guest was about to drop in. In the vault. "Wow! So these are the stones?" Lena Inverse asked as she gazed upon the glittering gems contained within a protective magical case. There were a dozen or so of the stones and each were about the size of an apple. She could feel their energies emanating from the container and could estimate that their power were far greater than the mystical amplifiers she had purchased from Zelos. "Yes," Amelia said with pride. The temple priests had discovered them inside a large rock that fell from the sky. From what they've been able to determine, one gem alone could increase a person's magical ability at least 10 times over. 10 times? I thought you said 4 or 5 times. That's what they thought initially. After doing more research, it was found out that they're much more powerful. We're not sure exactly how far a person can be boosted with these gems. It was also discovered that they seem to be partially connected to another plane of existence, actually bridging the gap between our world and another. It seems to be automatic. No invoking of any spirits or anything. You mean these things can allow a person to travel to another world? That's the theory. There seems to be some kind of dimensional warping ability in these stones, and it could be possible to draw on more power from those other places too. Lena's mind reeled at the possibilities. To able to draw on untapped potential from other worlds, as well as boost her own abilities past their already extraordinary levels. She's got to have one of these stones. Hey Amelia, do you think your father can let me have one of these stones? If not, I'll buy it for, say, 1,000 silver pieces. How about it, Miss Lena? I'm shocked. These stones are to be used for the good of all. We were hoping to use them to help our white magic priests with healing others. They aren't for sale. Dog, come on Amelia. Just one stone. It's not like your father would miss it. He's got plenty more. No, Miss Lena. These stones are the property of the kingdom of Salem, and I'm afraid that you can't have one. Besides, after seeing you use those magic amplifiers of yours to power up that dragon slave, I shudder to think what would happen if you got your hands on one of these stones. Hey, I saved Salem from being crushed from that floating castle. Didn't I? It was true. Lena's amplified dragon slave had destroyed the floating landmass before it had crushed the city. Yes, but you also ended up destroying the entire east side. It took us 5 months to rebuild it. Well, I saved most of Salem. Come on Amelia, just one little stone. Please, pretty please, with sugar on top. No Miss Lena, and that is final. These stones have too much potential for destruction. I certainly agree. Both girls were a bit surprised at the voice and turned toward the entrance to the vault. Standing at the doorway was a guard who was smiling devilishly at them. I can think of a much better use for these stones. Who are you, and why aren't you at your post? Amelia demanded. The guard smiled as he walked toward them. Who am I? Why I would think that you would both know me. It's only been a few weeks since we last faced off. Sorry, but I can't place the face. Lena replied. Well, now, why I don't give you another hint. The guard chuckled as he cast aside his spear and began glowing with red energies. Before the startled eyes of Lena and Amelia, the tall man shrunk down and took on the form of a small boy with black hair and wearing a blue tunic. Lena's face went pale as she beheld the person she had thought the Jigger slave had completely destroyed. Hell, Master Febriso. It can't be. Why you were supposed to be dead. Febriso nodded as he replied, yes, well right now, I am just a mere shadow of my former self. When the Jigga slave tore my physical form apart, I was just barely able to escape total obliteration. Just as I had done when you and that white priestess used that double dragon on me, I was able to send my essence into the spirit realm. However, I was only successful in transferring a small portion of my being. It wasn't enough for me to reform into the physical plane, and I would have remained a shapeless wraith, had I not been able to possess the body of Condiment Ghost. I then began rebuilding my power, by taking the forms of others as well. Then I came across a copy cultivator and some samples of magic users, including some hairs from Rizzo, the Red Priest. It wasn't long before I possessed the combined abilities of some of the strongest magic users in the world. But that is nowhere enough. In order to regain my true power, and take my place as ruler of this world, I will need a catalyst to unlock my potential. These stones shall suffice. Now, surrender the stones and I promise that you won't suffer too much before you die. Fibriso's hands began to glow with an ominous light. Luna didn't need anyone telling her that this was bad. Even though Fibriso's power wasn't anywhere near what it had been, if he had been telling the truth that he possessed the combined powers of some of the greatest magic users in the world, including Rizzo, then she was in trouble. It was made even worse as her powers had not fully returned. She was just getting over that time of the month and she wouldn't be back up to snuff until the next day. Fibriso had a clear advantage in this case. Amelia wasted no time into going into her Defender of Justice routine as she struck a pose and said, "You will not have these stones. Not while I, Amelia of Salian, draws breath to stop your evil and nefarious plans. It is time for you to be smited by the hammer of justice. Oh please, spare me." Fibriso sneered as he raised the hand and fired off a huge blast of Eldritch energy. The girls were just able to dodge that blast, which smashed into the crystal container that contained the stones. The crystal did not shatter as it had been protected by the strongest white and shamanist magics available in Salian. The explosion the blast caused hadn't gone unnoticed. The four Ranmas were instantly alerted to the explosion and began running toward the scene of the commotion. The sounds also awoke Zildades and Gory, and after throwing on their clothes, they too began racing toward the vault, along with the palace guards. They ran into Scyphile, who had been wandering around the halls after detecting Ranma's presence. Fireball. Fibriso simply swatted away Luna's projectile as if he were swatting away a fly. "Is that the best you can do?" The fireball exploded against a wall, causing another massive explosion. "I didn't even feel that one, and that was nowhere near as strong as what you are capable of." "Why, you..." Luna snarled as she really hated to be reminded at how weak her spells were in her present condition. "Yelamikia Lance!" Amelia shouted as she attacked from one side. However, Fibriso simply faded from view just as the blast reached him. It missed him to explode harmlessly off to the other side. To her horror, Fibriso reappeared behind Luna. "Miss Luna." Look out! How hard. Luna was caught off guard and her reflexes were still under par in her condition. She was unable to move fast enough as Fibriso raised a hand and pointed with his index finger. A ribbon of light shot forward like a snake and coiled around Luna's neck and tightened. It felt like a hangman's noose as Luna began gasping for air. She felt her body being levitated off the ground. She struggled to get free. Fibriso merely tightened his spell's grip around her neck as he began to slowly squeeze the life out of her. "I'll save you, Flare." Fibriso smiled as he simply levitated Luna in front of him and said, "Oh, sure you want to do that." Amelia halted in her attack as she saw that Luna was in her direct line of fire. Fibriso smiled as he looked up at the struggling sorceress. "Now why is it that you can't free yourself from such a simple spell, Luna Inverse? And why is it that your fireball was much weaker than before?" He grinned as he scanned her body as her face began to turn blue. "Oh, I see. It must be that time of the month. No wonder. Oh well, all the better for me." Luna was mortified at Fibriso's discovery as she began to see her life flash before her eyes. She tried to focus and initiate a spell to get her out of this predicament, but Fibriso wasn't letting up. "I made the mistake of toying with you the last time we met, Luna Inverse. Although it would be more amusing to torture you slowly and very painfully, I really do not have the time, so I'm going to do this kook." He gestured over to where the crystal had fallen and levitated it to his side. "It's not the revenge I wanted, but it'll have to suffice. Goodbye, Luna Inverse, Miss Elaine." Amelia was about to take a chance and cast a spell as Fibriso was about to command his noose to squeeze until Luna's head popped like a champagne cork. At that moment, Zildades, Gory, and Scyphile burst into the vault, but were stopped short at the sight of Luna's imminent death. Raging Tiger Bolt. Fibriso was distracted when he heard that voice and saw an oval-shaped blast of energy streak toward him. He was a bit mystified as the blast was not of any magic he knew. He then used a free hand to bat the thing away, but winced as it actually made his hand sting. Then he was suddenly shot in the chest and arms by strange beams of power, making him lose his concentration of his hold on Luna. The energy noose disappeared and Luna dropped to the floor, gasping for breath while rubbing her neck. She looked behind her and saw Fibriso's body jerking under the impact of power beams as they shot at him repeatedly. She then looked in the direction of where those attacks were coming from. Her eyes widened as she saw Ranma blasting away with a pair M940 particle beam rifles. She then saw Ranma rush forward and make a 30-foot leap upwards while cupping his hands and drawing them back. An orb of blue energy appeared between his palms with white swirls as he locked onto Fibriso's energy. Kojiro raced forward and swept her into his arms to get her out of the way. Spirit Seeker. The blue ball streaked forward and elongated into a comet that streaked toward him. He had to raise a barrier to deflect Ranma's assault and thought that it would be enough to stop the blind fighter's technique as well. However, to his surprise, the projectile simply made a sharp turn to avoid the barrier completely and then made a wide turn before aiming at his unprotected back. Fibriso changed tactics and disappeared again. Ranma's particle beams passed the empty air and Ranma's attack went flying as it had no target. Or so it seemed. It then looped toward an area on the right near the ceiling, just as Fibriso reappeared. He gave a yelp of surprise as he saw the missile heading toward him again. He repeated his vanishing trick and then reappeared somewhere else. However, the projectile relentlessly pursued him each time he disappeared and reappeared. He tried shooting it down, but the damned key blast just evaded each counterblast and defense tactic he used. Soon it became a deadly game of tag in the air. Ranma frowned. This was taking too long. Then he got an idea. All of you, start firing at him. Keep him moving. The other three Ranmas wondered just what he was talking about as Ranma drew back his cupped hands and launched yet another Spirit Seeker. Followed by another, and then another. Spirit Seeker. Spirit Seeker. Spirit Seeker. 3 more homing key blasts went upward, heading to the first one, and Fibriso became hard-pressed to evade them all. He sufficiently getting mad as he weaved in and out. Ranma nodded as his scanners began to read the blazing heat aura being emitted by an enraged Hellmaster. He then saw Ranma starting to move in a spiral and emitting a kind of calmness that made him seem as cold as ice. He smiled as he got the idea. Do as he says, guys. Let's turn up the heat. He then made a pair of shoulder-mounted plasma cannons appear and started blasting away. The other 2 Ranmas followed suit with raging tiger bolts, cat's eye beams and dragon fire attacks. What are they doing? Lina asked as she was being tended to by Sophile. The others were all standing by in amazement as the 4 Ranmas took Hellmaster head-on. By now, Fibriso was so enraged that he decided to finish off the little mets that dared to attack him. He would start with the one who sent those damned energy torpedoes at him. Diving down toward Ranma with a blazing aura, he saw that his opponent had suddenly stopped in his maneuvers and was now standing at the center of a spiral. He wondered just why the unseen light fighter was just standing there, but he wasn't going to look a sitting duck in the mouth. He was about to release a blast of pure dark magic to totally incinerate him. When it happened, HIRYUSHODN Fa. Fibriso was totally caught off guard as Ranma demonstrated one of the most powerful techniques of the Jotsuzoku, the Rising Dragon Ascension Wave. He was caught in a huge cyclone as his blazing aura had made contact with Ranma's soul of ice uppercut. As he was tossed about in the winds like a leaf, he found out that the more he used his power, the more it was drained. His host body was being sapped of its strength, and then he saw something that made him whimper a bit. Ranma's homing blasts came right at him. All 4 detonated against him, making him scream out as they exploded, causing both physical and spiritual damage. They hurt a lot worse than the raging tiger bolt. The others had to duck for cover as the winds buffeted the vault room and blasted through the roof. treasures were scattered around and the entire room shook so hard that it seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. However, it held on until the winds finally died down. When it was all over, they picked themselves off the floor and stared in amazement at Ranma, who had been standing in the middle of that tornado. Aside from a few rips in his shirt, he was relatively unscathed. Fibriso's battered and beaten body landed off to one side with a heavy thump. He seemed to be no longer a threat as he moaned in pain and was barely able to move. Ranma's technique had almost drained him to almost nothing. It was then that fate decided to deal our heroes a bad hand. The Hiri Shotenha had swept up a lot of objects in its winds, including a certain crystal box. All the pounding it took had taxed its protective magic to the limit and it smashed open right on top of Fibriso's body. The fragile crystals within were reduced to tiny shards which coated the villain's body. He began to glow with renewed energy and began to chuckle ominously. "No! The stones!" Amelia cried out. Ranma blanched as his scanners began reading Fibriso's new power levels. Damn! That was pure Kurium. He's absorbed the ore into his system and now he's tapping into extra-dimensional energies. Such power! Unbelievable! Fibriso rose as the wounds he sustained suddenly disappeared. He began emitting power at a fantastic rate that Ranma's scanners were in danger of overloading. The power I had before my demise was nothing compared to this. I am no longer just Hellmaster Fibriso. I am Fibriso, the ultimate Lord of Chaos. Let this world tremble at my might. Let all bow down before me before I give them the sweet kiss of oblivion. The Jigger-slave is nothing to me now. I am destruction incarnate. With these words, he blasted upward into the sky, making the ground tremble for hundreds of miles around with a massive shockwave. Buildings began to collapse under the sudden earthquake and the citizens of Salem and the countryside were roused from their slumber. As they looked into the sky, they saw a huge flash of white light as Hellmaster streaked overhead, totally insane with power. A feeling of foreboding doom washed over them and they weren't very far off. Armageddon was close at hand. Down at the ruins of the castle, Prince Tiliwanal and his royal guards rushed to where the mighty treasure vault had once stood. He caught sight of his daughter and her friends and rushed toward them. Amelia, just what is going on? Amelia could just shake her head in total disbelief as she stared at the huge ball of light in the sky. Ranma, just what is going on? Kojiro asked. Ranma sighed as he relayed the results of his biocomputer's analysis. That Fibriso character has just absorbed enough unstable Kurium to become a walking time bomb. There's enough raw power in him to destroy this world and a fair amount of its system 10 times over. Lima and her crew didn't understand most of Ranma's explanation, but they did get the part about world destruction. Unstable? Ranma said. Yes. Not only is the Kurium allowing him to draw on extra-dimensional sources to repower himself, but it's also generating his energy stored infinite capacity. It won't long before his body can no longer contain that power. Usually, refined curium is stable and will decrystallize if overtaxed, like the one in my ship did. This curium, however, will destabilize and cause a supermassive explosion. Hell, a single crystal the size of a pebble could take out an entire mountain range. With all the energies that he's siphoning off from subspace, the explosion will be multiplied 1,000 times. By my estimates, he'll blow in 5 minutes. So we got 5 minutes before saying hello to oblivion. Ranma said simply as he and his comrades looked up toward the power-maddened Hellmaster. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, the 4 Ranmas are about to leave this Slayer's world with a bang. Let's hope there will be something left when it's all over. Asterisk Chapter 5 Asterisk Chapter 3 Part 2 The Great Crossover Crisis Disclaimer. Rumiko Takahashi was the one who got me started with writing fanfics. You can put the blame on her and all the others who caused my addiction to online. Italic. Thoughts asterisk. Computer responses to Ranma. Ranma from Ranma HD Ranma from Dragon Child B Ranma from Fighting Blind Kojiro, Ranma from Catfist Fury from Part 1. The 4 Ranmas had managed to sneak into the castle of Salem and were just a stone's throw away from getting the curium they needed to escape from the world of Slayers, when they had run into an old enemy of Lama Inverses. During the battle that ensued, Ranma had managed to use the Hiri Shotenha technique on Hellmaster Fibriso, with very disastrous results. Now a super-enhanced and highly unstable Fibriso is about to explode and destroy the Slayer's world, along with the solar system of the planet. Chapter 3 Part 2 The Big Bang Computer. Give me the current status report on the ship. The biocomputer in Ranma's head began feeding him data. Asterisk At present time, the ship has completed all structural repairs. Power levels are at 67%. Navigationnel and impulse drives are fully functional. Weapon systems are at 80%. Asterisk Scanners indicate that Fibriso has just passed the ionosphere of this planet. Is space flight possible? Can we pursue him? Asterisk Affirmative. However, with the current situation, pursuit of subject Fibriso is an unfeasible plan because the subject has absorbed high amounts of unstable curium. We can overtake him, but there is no time to prevent him from reaching infinite capacity. At his current rate of quantum energy absorption, he will go critical in 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Asterisk Ranma nodded as he looked up at the bright spot high in the sky. Fibriso resembled a flickering star and could be seen with the naked eye, although he was now thousands of miles in space. Though he usually drew his power from the mystical forces of this world, the unstable curium he had absorbed was now allowing him to tap into the quantum energies of subspace. He was like a sponge. He was soaking up power like water, and it would not be pretty when that sponge overflowed. There had to be some way to at least slow him down. The Ranma got an idea and used the biocomputer's cyberlink with his craft. On the outskirts of Salem, The spaceship automatically dropped its cloaking field and began powering up its engines. It was soon airborne and used its homing equipment to fly to Ranma's location. The citizens were put into a state of panic as they saw the otherworldly craft suddenly appear in the night sky. The moonlight glinted off its metal surface as the cruiser stopped over the damaged castle and hovered at about a height of 100 feet or so. The Nanodek warrior's cruiser was relatively small in comparison to others that he had encountered in his trek across the cosmos. It measured at 260 yards in length and was about 20 feet high. Its general shape resembled that of an old Senior 71 Blackbird reconnaissance plane, but with much smoother lines. The main hyperlight drive was mounted in the back at the center. On either side of the main, elongated body, were twin nacelles that contained the sublight drives, which were built into the wing-like structures. Located at the top side toward the rear half of the ship was a low silhouette hump that housed the pilot cabin. The front end of the ship tapered off into a smooth point like a blade of a dagger. The ship's streamlined shape was aerodynamic, and with special alloys coating the surfaces, it was able to slice through the thickest of planetary atmospheres with very little difficulty. Ranma smiled as he looked up at his craft and gave the metal order. Panels behind the pilot's cabin opened up and puffs of smoke were emitted as several missiles were launched and sent hurtling skyward at the distant twinkling dot in the heavens above. "What did you just do?" Kojiro asked as he and the others looked up. "Buying us some time," Ranma replied as he watched missiles streak up toward the distant light that marked where Febriso was. Up in space, Febriso was marveling at just how tiny and insignificant the world was below him as he continued to absorb more energy from subspace. The power he had possessed before his defeat from the Inverse was as nothing compared to what he was experiencing now. His body was literally overflowing with energy that he had never felt before, and he felt as if he was going to explode from the sheer ecstasy. However, in just over 3 minutes, he would explode. It had not been that long ago that he had manipulated the Inverse into using the dreaded Jigger Slave to bring about total chaos in the world. That plan had backfired and he had been nearly destroyed. Now, with the power he had, he could bring about utter destruction to the world without even half trying. In addition, life stopped there. His senses had become enhanced by the tremendous boost in energy, and he could sense the presence of other worlds, light years away. He could become the ravager of the stars with the entire cosmos as his playground. So much havoc could be wreaked in this universe, and Febriso had all eternity to do it. He was no longer even bound to his homeworld, as the energies he absorbed made him totally self-sufficient. Nothing could stop him. It was at that moment that Ranma's missiles shot up from the atmosphere of the planet and began scattering. Febriso looked down, saw the vapor trails being left by each projectile, and wondered what was going on. The missiles began flying around him in a wide formation and began circling the areas around him in wide arcs. The front of each missile opened to reveal reflective energy panels. Once they reached their pre-programmed coordinates, the projectiles stopped and began emitting intense beams of light to one another. Lines were made, forming a huge lattice of light. In less than a second, a huge network that looked like a technological spider's web was formed. The gigantic mesh of energy beams began glowing brighter, and Fibriso suddenly felt his energy levels dropping. He then realized that these strange devices must be sapping his power somehow. He also noticed that the energy web had put itself between himself and the Slayer's world. Well, if those humans below think that these pony devices are going to stop him, then they were mistaken. He let loose with a huge blast of quantum energy at the planet. The attack was the equivalent of 100 dragon slave spells. The blast hit the energy network hard, but to the Hellmaster's surprise, the barrier held and absorbed the energy. He then let loose with another blast. This time it was strong enough to split a planet in half. The barrier once again absorbed the energy, but shuddered under the impact. Fibriso became enraged and began to continually hurl more powerful energy at the strange barrier. However, the energy mesh remained defiant and continued to protect the world below. When the maximum energy absorption level of the missiles had been reached, they responded by redirecting the attacks back at Fibriso. After Hellmaster fired an especially powerful blast, he was caught off guard as the attack came rebounding back at him. He could not get out of the way in time, and all that power slammed into him and sent him flying back. On the planet, Ranma allowed a cautious smile as he saw that the energy barrier was holding. The people of Salem were staring at the huge crisscrossing lines and bright flares of light that streaked across the sky. They did not know what to make of it, and had assumed that the world was about to end, which was not too far from the truth. "What's going on?" Ranma asked. "What is that?" "A modified energy web barrier," Ranma asked as he signaled his ship to pick up him and his companions. "I picked up the technology from the Folians. It won't stop Fibriso from reaching critical, but it will slow down his power buildup by draining some of the excess energy he's emitting. He won't explode for another 2 hours, at best." "So now what?" Ranma asked. Ranma motioned toward the ship as it landed and said, "The force field projectors won't last long if Fibriso keeps on blasting the barrier. Once they're down, he'll start absorbing quantum energy again and go up like a supernova. We have to go up there and destroy him before that happens." "But how?" Ranma shrugged. "I'm still working on that part." As the 4 Ranmas began heading toward the ship, Lima Inverse and her group blocked their path. All 4 tensed up and became wary of any attacks. "Now hold on just a minute. You 4 have a lot of explaining to do," Lima said. "We don't have the time." Ranma growled. "Unless you want your world destroyed, you'll get out of our way." "No way. You're not going anywhere until we get some answers." Lima and the others began getting ready to attack. "We don't have time for this," Ranma shouted. "Computer. Sonic blast." Asterisk acknowledged. Ranma slammed his palms together in front of him while focusing his ki. The energy was converted into sound as his hands clapped together at supersonic speeds. This caused a controlled sonic boom that was emitted forward toward the Luna and her crew. The red-haired sorceress and her companions were caught off guard from the massive sound detonation and were covering their ears. The ground rumbled and the walls shook from the sudden displacement of air. They all crouched down and all four Ranmas took this opportunity to rush toward the ship. Luckily, the sound had been directed away from them so Ranma and Kojiro's sensitive hearing were not affected. Just as the first of the dimensional Ranmas entered the craft, Luna, Gori, and Zildjian were the first to recover from the sonic boom. "Oh no you don't," Luna said as she began rushing after them, followed by the two sword wielders. The three made a mad dash toward the ship, but just missed getting inside as the hatch closed up. They jumped back as the ship suddenly powered up its engines and began lifting off. Luna made a mad grab for one of the landing struts, just as it was retracting into its housing. "Luna!" Gori shouted as he too leapt up. He too managed to grab onto the strut and the two were drawn into the ship as it sealed itself up, and then suddenly accelerated upward in an instant. Zildjian was left behind and was staring in disbelief, as the craft was instantly a tiny speck in the sky. Amelia and the others were just getting up when they took caught sight of the departing ship. It soon disappeared from view. It was at that moment that they all heard insane laughter coming from the entrance of the castle vault. "Oh, ho 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 ho. Can anyone tell me where Luna Inverse is?" Amelia and her friends all turned around at the sound of the voice and saw a scantily clad and well-endowed sorceress, who also happened to be Luna Inverse's most annoying acquaintance. Meanwhile, somewhere outside of the planet's atmosphere, damn, we've got some stowaways. Ranma gritted as he looked at the monitor and saw that Luna and Gori had been taken along for the ride. "Engage autopilot." Ranma activated the ship's auto-control before leaving the pilot's seat and headed toward the forward section. "What is it?" Ranma said as he looked at the monitor. "We seem to have two unwanted passengers," Ranma stated. "How do you know?" Kojiro asked as he gazed at the monitor. Ranma shrugged. "I sensed their presence." "Oh hell. It's those two." Kojiro recognized the images of Luna and Gori on the screen. He remembered the kind of trouble they caused when they last met. "Oh no." Ranma agreed as he recognized them. Ranma said nothing as he simply cocked his head to one side and waited. The monitor then went off as Ranma entered the area where Luna and Gori were and fired off a couple of stun blasts. A few minutes later, Luna's screams of outrage were heard from behind the door to the pilot's cabin. The door then swished open, and two people in Magno's shackles were unceremoniously dumped onto the floor of the cabin. Both Luna and Gori's hands were bound together by thick metal bracelets. The manacles were not connected by chains, but by a magnetic field that kept them firmly pressed together. Their legs also had metal braces that also fused themselves together with the arm braces. Oof! Lena made a hard landing on her rear. Gory landed on his side, but also let off a moan of pain. The two found themselves side by side. Why you? I'm going to. You'll do nothing but shut up and let us try to save your world. Ranma snapped as he returned to the pilot's seat. Lena was not listening as she struggled at her bonds. She could not understand why her powers were not responding now. Sure, she was still feeling the effects of that time of the month, but she had begun to regain her magic that evening. She wondered if these strange restraining devices had something to do with it. Maybe they were like that magic inhibitor that Bandit had tried to put on her. Can't you use your magic? Gory whispered as he tried to get free. Ranma had ambushed them so fast that he didn't even have time to draw the sword of light. The Nanodak soldier had taken the weapon away from after binding Gory and Lena. I can't. Lena strained as she tried to call up any of her magical reserves. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's still that time of the month. Oh W. Lena slammed her head against Gory's when she noticed that Ranma had heard his comment and started walking toward them. He didn't need to know about that. Ranma gave the two a warm smile as he crouched down and addressed Lena. That time of the month? I suspected that something like that was happening to you. You had all the signs. Huh? What are you talking about? How would you know about? Lena blushed red with embarrassment and then got angry when she realized what she was admitting to. Never mind. None of your business. Ranma continued to smile as he used his senses to probe her. It was not something that he had not encountered before. After all, he was a healer from a village of Amazons. He knew exactly how cranky a female could get during this time. Fortunately, he also knew of a way to alleviate Lena's discomfort. He extended a hand toward Lena and placed it on her forehead. Huh? What are you doing? The blind Ranma said not a word as he began focusing his ki into her. Lena suddenly felt a warm and very soothing sensation that spread through her body, and the menstrual cramps she had been experiencing began to fade. He then took his other hand and applied several quick pressure point strikes to her lower back and thighs. Almost instantly, her nausea and bloated feelings disappeared. The unseen light fighter nodded his head as he removed his hands and asked, "How was that?" Lena was shocked to feel surprisingly refreshed. This person had done what the greatest of white magic users and mages could not. No one, not even Silphile, had found a way to circumvent that time of the month. Female magic users had been resigned to wait until their menstrual cycles were over before using their powers again. How did you? Ranma shrugged as he replied, "Something I learned from a great yoga master. Anyway, I'm sure those shackles are quite uncomfortable." He then extended a finger and touched the surface of one of the bindings. He focused his ki into it and the shackles opened when their unlocking mechanisms were forced. Lena immediately got to her feet and took a spell-casting stance. She then shouted out, "Fireball!" As she shouted out, the other three Ranmas tensed up. They had been watching the viewing monitor and had not been paying attention to their captives. They were very surprised to see Lena free. They had expected the pilot's cabin to explode into flames, but that did not occur. Ranma shrugged as he simply brushed aside Lena's projectile with a wave of his staff. The very flimsy-looking projectile was dispersed into a gentle puff of smoke. There was only a brief sensation of heat when the fireball disappeared. Lena was confused. Why was her fireball so weak? She was over that time of the month. She tried again. Fireball. This time, there was just a slight spark emitted from her outstretched hands. Then poof. Ranma slowly shook her head and said, "Forget it, Miss Inverse. I already sensed that you wouldn't be able to cast very strong spells. Otherwise, I wouldn't have released you. You let her go." Ranma said in disbelief. "Don't worry about it." The blind fighter waved it off as he addressed Lena again. "I may have taken care of that little problem of yours, but I knew that you still wouldn't be able to use magic effectively. I sensed a very low level of residual mystical energy in you, probably built up from over the years of magic using." Ranma became cautious as he used his own powers of magical perception. He then looked in surprise as he said, "Wait a second. You are right. She has barely enough magic in her to do a lightning spell. What gives?" The dragon warrior then scanned himself and was relieved to find that he still had normal levels of magic within himself. Unlike the magic users of Lena's world, Ranma's powers did not depend solely on drawing power from beings such as Shabranigdu and such. His was more based on converting the vast amounts of ki and mana energy that he had built up from living in the dragon world. His body was like a living battery that constantly replenished itself. Lena looked down at her hands and tried to call up her powers. However, she had very little response. She then looked up with a bit of fear and said, "What's going on?" Ranma cocked his head for a moment, then addressed his technological counterpart. "How far out in space are we?" "Space?" Lena asked, then looked out the front windshield. She gasped as she saw the canopy of stars before her, then became white as she saw the monitor, which depicted the retreating image of her homeworld. "We're about 60,000 kilometers from the planet's surface." "I thought so." Ranma shrugged, then turned back to Lena. Sensing her confusion and fear, he decided to put it in the simplest way he knew. "We happen to be a long distance away from your world and the energy sources that feed your powers. That's the reason why your magic doesn't work right." Lena barely heard Ranma's explanation as she continued to stare at the viewer. What is that?" Lena pointed to the image. It seemed familiar to her, but she had only seen such land masses on crude maps and such. Ranma shook his head and sighed. He should have realized that the people of this world were probably still exploring their own planet, judging by their lack of technology. They perceived things by their superstitions and magical means. Heck, They probably still believed that the world was flat and that they'd fall off the edge of the world if they sailed over the horizon. Seeing her home from beyond orbit was probably a huge shock to Lena. Ranma sensed her confusion and said, "Look, we really don't have time to go into all the details, but we really are trying to save your world." He then addressed his technological counterpart. "How long will it be before we catch up with Fibriso?" "At our current rate of speed, 20 minutes. Okay, I'll give you the Reader's Digest version of our story." "The what?" Lima asked. "Excuse me. Can someone please get me out of these things?" Gory asked from the floor. 20 minutes later, so let me get this straight. Lina said as Ranma and the others finished their explanations. "You four are from different worlds who ended up on our world by mistake and need those special stones of Salian to get home, right?" "That's right," Ranma said. "And you're telling us that since Fibriso is now using the stones to tap into unlimited energy from this place, he's going to lose control and destroy that place down there." Lina pointed to the screen. "You say that round thing is really our world and that we're just very high above it?" "That's about right," Ranma agreed. "And you're saying that bright thing over there is our sun?" Gory pointed to the ball of light displayed on the left of the monitor. "That can't be right. It was night time when we left." "Well, it's night time on your side of the planet, but it's day on the other side." "Huh?" Ranma pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "Look, we really don't have time to explain basic concepts about your planet to you, so just take our word for it. Besides, we're just about to encounter Fibriso now." The Nanodic martial artist called up a holographic image of where Fibriso was blasting away at the barrier. Lima and Gory were fixated on the seemingly magical scene, which depicted Hellmaster emitting overwhelming amounts of energy at a seemingly impenetrable force field. Ranma looked down at his readouts on the console and frowned. "Damn! Hellmaster is absorbing quantum energy at a faster rate than estimated. The barrier won't hold for much longer. He'll break through in a matter of minutes, and when he does, he'll go up like a supernova. All that energy he expended so far has just speeded up the process." "So now what?" Kojiro asked. "What's going on?" Lima asked with a bit of fear. She had never seen Hellmaster like this before. He had been a formidable adversary before when she had been forced to use the Giga Slave to defeat him. Now he appeared to be unstoppable. He was literally ready to burst with energies that she had never seen before. The way he was blasting away at the strange-looking barrier was mind-boggling. How could she stop something like that when her magical powers were at less than zero? There was just nothing that could be done. If what these people were telling her was true, then this truly was to be Armageddon. Ranma looked down at the readouts, then said to his counterparts, "We do have one chance. The Annihilator. Your antimatter cannon?" Ranma asked. Ranma nodded. "I think I can use it to counter all that quantum energy and destroy Fibriso for good." Only problem is, Fibriso probably just won't hold still long enough for me to power up to destroy him. We need to keep him busy long enough for me to calibrate the annihilator to the right setting. If I use too high a level, I may just end up destroying this system anyway. If I use too low a level, then it won't be enough to do the job and Fibriso will still explode and destroy us all. Excuse me, but what's this annihilator? Ranma asked. It's the same weapon I used against your dragon slave. Ranma explained as he began maneuvering his ship around the barrier. I only used it at 1/1000th of its maximum power. 1/100000th? Ranma leaped. She remembered just how destructive that strange weapon was. If that was only 1/1000th of its power, then she was very lucky indeed to have survived even that small fraction. Ranma waved it off as he said to his counterparts, "Look, Ranma and her friend here aren't much use to us in space. Looks like it's up to us to destroy Fibriso. Problem is, I'm the only one that can go out there in the vacuum of space. I can't distract Fibriso and set the annihilator at the same time. I'll take on Fibriso." Ranma volunteered. "You?" Ranma smiled as he said, "I can go out in space as well." "How?" "You'll need a protective suit. There's no oxygen out there and the vacuum would cause your body to implode." Ranma shook his head and said, "Trust me. I'll do fine. Just let me out of your airlock." "How long do you need to have him distracted?" The futuristic Ranma looked back at the monitor. "About 5 minutes. How can we help?" Kojiro asked. Ranma looked at his other two-dimensional selves and thought for a moment. He then placed a hand on the console and the controls began lighting up. "I'm giving the both of you temporary control of navigation and weapon systems. Can you guys give support to our dragon friend here?" "Dragon?" Ranma asked. "You bet." Kojiro jumped into one of the seats in front of the firing controls for the Meson torpedoes, lasers and particle cannons. Ranma sat in front of navigation and the targeting controls. To his amazement, as soon as he placed his hands on the panel, his senses came alive with new images collected from the ship's sensor arrays. It was as if his sixth and seventh senses had been increased 1,000-fold. Ranma smiled as he explained, "I had taken into account of your enhanced senses and cybernetically linked the sensors and navigational systems. You'll be able to pilot this ship as easily as a sighted person. You'll also be able to aim the weapon systems with Kojiro as your gunner." "Okay, are we all set?" "Ready," the others chorused. "Hey, what about us?" Ranma asked. Ranma gave Gory and Ranma a stern look. "Just stay out of the way." He then joined Ranma as they rushed toward the airlock. A minute later, in the airlock in one of the bottom sections of the ship, Ranma was sweeping up, giving the mental command to his cyber armor. The techno-warrior was encased in a tight-fitting bodysuit of black with a full head mask and red visor. He then gave another mental command. "Computer, exo-armor. Phase I** affirmative. Instantly, Components began to appear and adhere to the bodysuit. Gauntlets appeared and adhered to his forearms. Chest and leg armor soon followed. A helmet also materialized and set itself onto Ranma's head. The visor of his bodysuit merged with the blast shields of the helmet. Additional segments of armor and thruster boots appeared to adhere to their armor. Finally, a combination weapons and thruster module appeared on the back. When the armor finished attaching itself, the nanodic soldier turned to his comrade, who was powering up a protective aura of ki and magic. "Are you ready?" Ranma nodded and said, "Make sure you are far enough away when I transform." "Transform?" Ranma nodded. "You'll see." Ranma looked strangely at his friend, then slowly nodded as he realized what the dragon warrior meant. He then gave the mental order to open the airlock. On the bridge, the two Ranmas and their unwanted passengers watched as two figures shot out in front from beneath the ship. One of those figures was an armored individual they recognized as Ranma. With back and foot thrusters flaring, he streaked off to take up a position a couple thousands of meters behind where Febriso was still blasting away at the barrier. The other person was enveloped in a corona of energy as he flew toward the Power Mad Hellmaster. His energies then suddenly exploded in a flare of light and his body became a solid mass of light. Then it began to change its shape. It became longer and much larger as the people on board the ship and Ranma watched in awe. The shape then had two protrusions forming where the shoulders would be, and the body took on a quadrat form. Then, the light faded, revealing the transformed Ranma in all his glory. "Holy!" "He said dragon!" Kojiro exclaimed. Ranma's boosted senses were almost put into overload from the sudden influx of magical and ki energies. Ranma now measured more than 120 feet from snout to tail. He resembled the black dragons of Luna's world, but his scales were blue with silver highlights. His head resembled a cross between the dragons of Western and Chinese folklore. He had wing-like protrusions that framed the sides of his face and sparse hairs near the temples. The claws on his feet were huge and could easily crush a tank like tinfoil. His large, bat-like wings gave him tremendous thrust as he sped toward Febriso like a nuclear missile. Although he was in airless space, for some unknown reason, his wings functioned as if he was flying through the atmosphere. He was probably using his magical and ki abilities to propel him across the vacuum of space. Ranma had positioned himself behind Febriso with the moon of the Slayer's world behind him. He too was awestruck at the sudden transformation of Ranma. He could see how the dragon warrior could survive in airless space. Those thick scales and magical abilities of his were more than enough for him to withstand the cold void. However, he shook it off and called forth his annihilator. When the huge weapon of destruction appeared on his arm, he began scanning Febriso's current energy absorption rate as he started building up power. Ranma led off the assault by opening his mouth and let loose with a huge stream of mystic, blue-white fire. Febriso so engrossed with breaking through the barrier that he almost didn't notice the attack. He turned around at the last second, only to be engulfed in the flames. However, he emerged unscathed and enraged as he retaliated with another power blast. The dragon just barely managed to avoid taking the full brunt of the attack, but was clipped in the right wing. The huge beast howled in pain, though his scream went unheard in space. "Open fire!" Kojiro shouted as he launched a barrage of Mazon torpedoes and other projectile weapons. Guided by Ranma's boosted senses, the weapons homed in on their target and detonated with large explosions. However, Fibriso shook them off and began hurling massive energy bolts at the ship. Ranma did his best in putting the craft through evasive maneuvers, but several blasts managed to glance off the protective shields. The vessel shuddered and trembled under the impacts and threatened to break apart. Fortunately, with his attention turned on his attackers, Fibriso had temporarily left the barrier alone, which continued to sap away his power. Otherwise, those attacks would have reduced both Ranma and the ship into subatomic particles. Ranma gritted his teeth as he saw the pounding his counterparts were taking. Then an indicator lit up on the readouts of his helmet. The power levels of Fibriso had been estimated and were now feeding the data he needed to set the annihilator. Computer, set for 1,000th of maximum payload. Affirmative. The super antimatter cannon began to whine and build up power for its devastating blast. On the battlefront, Ranma and the others were still pressing their attacks on Fibriso with very little success. As the dragon swooped in for another pass, Fibriso let loose a huge torrent of energy that was simply too large for the massive lizard to dodge. Ranma took the full force of the blast in the chest, and was sent flying backward. He writhed in pain as his body began to glow and shrink. Ranma immediately discerned what was happening to their comrade as the ship's sensors detected the sudden drop in the dragon's power levels. "We have to get him back on board the ship," Ranma screamed. "He won't survive if he changes back to his human form. What can we do?" Kojiro began to panic. Ranma extended his senses into the ship's systems and had the answer. "On your right, there should be a switch that activates the emergency transporter beam. I'll feed you the coordinates." Using his extraordinary abilities and the ship's sensor arrays, he managed to discern Ranma's position and feed them into the transporter controls. Kojiro immediately switched it on. Lima and Gori were amazed to see the human form of Ranma suddenly disappear from the star-laden background of space, then suddenly reappear in a flash of red light on the bridge. The dragon warrior had some frost forming on his face, arms and chest when he rematerialized. "How did you?" Lina stuttered. Ranma ignored her question as he got up and went over to where his counterpart was lying down and checked for vital signs. He was soon rewarded with a pulse and breath sounds. Though his skin was like a dragon's hide, Ranma had been pulled out of space just in time before his human body froze and suffocated. However, in their concern over their friend, the two Ranmas, Lima Inverse and Gori were now sitting ducks. Febriso smiled evilly as he prepared to blast the annoying gnats into oblivion. However, that was when Ranma's annihilator opened fire. Febriso turned around in time to see the instrument of his final destruction release a sizzling beam of pure antimatter at him. In the airless void of space, his final anguished scream was never heard. The ship's indicators went on full alert as the beam struck its target. The automatic controls took over and maneuvered the craft away from the resulting explosion. The shields were cycled to maximum strength and protective anti-glare visors slid into place to protect the passengers from going blind. The spaceship was thrown about like a leaf in a storm as the shockwaves from the explosion rippled the space around it. Energy flares were emitted from the center of Febriso's destruction and lashed out in all directions. The barrier that had held out for so long finally buckled under the strain. However, it did prevent any errant blasts from striking the Slayer's world. Ranma was furthest away from the blast when it happened, so he was able to use his armor's protective force field to shield him from the shockwaves. However, he gave out a cry of disbelief when he saw one bolt of quantum energy strike the moon and shear off a chunk of it. The fragment had been one of the many mountains that littered the cratered surface of the moon and was about 20 miles across. It then began tumbling through space on a collision course with the Slayer's world. No! No! This can't be happening. When the worst of the blast finally faded away, the people inside the ship picked themselves off the floor of the bridge. They had been tossed about inside the craft as if they were inside a pinball machine. As they painfully picked themselves up, Ranma made his way to the sensor controls. A moment later, he gave off a happy cry. We did it. Febriso is gone. The others rushed over to the monitors and began giving cheers. Hellmaster was indeed destroyed and there was no trace of him whatsoever. The quantum energies that he had absorbed had been dispersed by the Annihilator's beam. I don't believe it. They did it. Lena said in awe. Yeah, they really did it. Gory agreed as he rubbed a red handprint on his cheek. When they had been tossed about in the ship, the swordsman had landed on top of his companion and inadvertently grabbed one of her breasts. Lena, of course, reacted in her usual manner. The two began joining the others in their cheers, when Ranma suddenly entered the bridge. He had disabled his exo-armor after entering the ship's airlock, and took his position at the pilot's seat. He then punched in his commands and the ship began speeding forward. Guys, we're not out of the woods yet. The cheering suddenly stopped as the others looked at the Nanogek warrior. What do you mean? We stopped Febriso from exploding and destroyed him. Kojiro exclaimed. Yeah, but now we have to deal with that. He ran up onto the huge chunk of moon rock that was hurtling toward the planet. What is that? Ranma said. Thanks to his dragon heritage, he was now starting to recover from his ordeal in space. Ranma frowned as he said, when Febriso was annihilated, a stray quantum bolt blasted a chunk of your world's moon off. That piece is like a huge asteroid. If we don't stop it, It'll crash into the world and cause huge amounts of dust and debris to be kicked up. A nuclear winter it will cause will doom the planet just as surely as Febriso would have. Of course, thousands of people will perish at the point of impact and the natural disasters it will cause will kill even more. Luna didn't know what the term nuclear winter meant, but she had a pretty good idea what would happen if that huge rock hit her world. She had come across a similar situation when a floating island nearly flattened Salient. It had taken an amplified dragon slave to destroy the island, but with her powers diminished in space, she could not do the same as before. Furthermore, this chunk was far too large and she was very doubtful that she could destroy it with an amplified dragon slave. The only spell she knew that would be powerful enough was the Jigger Slave and she was very reluctant to use that particular spell. "Can't you use the Annihilator?" Kojiro asked. Ranma shook his head. "I used up so much power to destroy Febriso that it'll take the cannon 3 hours to replenish itself. That chunk of rock will hit the surface of the planet in 5 minutes. Right now, I'm hoping to use the ship's weaponry to destroy as much of the debris as possible and lessen the damage. However, there's not much else we can do." Kojiro and Ranma sadly nodded. The dragon warrior was still tired from his battle with Febriso and there was not much that the cat fist could do against a threat this size. It seemed hopeless. "I might be able to destroy it," Ranma said quietly. Everyone looked at the blind martial artist with surprise, confusion, and a glimmer of hope. "What are you talking about?" Ranma asked. "Is it possible for the ship's transporter to get me down to the planet at the point where the meteor will strike?" 1 minute later, "Ho ho 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 ho. Do you honestly expect me to believe such a preposterous story?" Nanga scoffed after Zolgades and Amelia had finished explaining what had happened. "It's the truth," Amelia said to the over-endowed sorceress. Zolgades was unnerved at the way she laughed and wondered just who this person was and her connection to Luna. He did notice the similarities between Nanga and Amelia and wondered if they were related. He also noticed that Prince Philewinel was trying his best not to be noticed by this newcomer. After Luna and Gory had gone on board that ship and disappeared into the sky, Nanga had appeared and made this grand entrance about her being the most beautiful and more powerful rival of the flat-chested Luna inverse. Then everyone's attention was caught as a tremendous flash of light appeared in the sky, temporarily turning night to day. The lines of energy that had formed a network across the sky disappeared afterwards. Nanga gave another one of her maniacal laughs, which sent more shivers down the Chimera's back. As the shaman/swordsman looked back at her, he couldn't help but notice how a certain part of her anatomy bounced whenever she laughed and Zolgades shook his head to clear it of such thoughts. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before them and temporarily blinded everyone present. When it faded away to reveal Ranma, Zolgades, Amelia and Sylphile instantly recognized him and went into spell-casting stances. "You again!" Zolgades hissed. Before anyone could throw a fireball or some other spell, Ranma tossed out a small circular device, which landed on the ground and then suddenly put forth a projected image of Lena herself. They all turned their attention to the hologram, which spoke in Lena's voice. Amelia. Scyphile. Hades. Don't attack this guy. He's here to save our world. There's no time to explain. Whatever you do, don't interfere in what he's about to do. Gory and I are okay, but you have to listen to me. Let him do what he needs to do, or we're all doomed. The others were stunned to see the holographic message of their friend, and were in conflict of what to do. It was then that Amelia plunged up to the sky. With the exception of Ranma, the others looked up and saw a distant, fiery dot in the sky that was rapidly approaching. Up above the outer reaches of the stratosphere, Ranma was firing every weapon he had on the ship, blowing away massive chunks of moon rock. However, despite the destructive forces he was using, he knew that it would not be enough as the huge mass began entering the atmosphere of the planet. He launched a massive barrage of Mazon torpedoes before being forced to turn the angle of descent to avoid burning up in re-entry. The ship's heat shields were strained to their limits as Ranma wrenched at the controls. Ranma took a ready stance with his feet spread apart and his staff held perpendicular to the ground in front of him. He took a deep breath and began concentrating. He began straining his extraordinary senses and reached out to collect all available energies of the planet. His body glowed with an intense blue aura as pinpricks of white, black and shamanistic magic was collected as well as bits of life forces was slowly being collected. Since the mystical forces of this world were extremely high, the unseen light fighter was almost overwhelmed by the influx of magic. However, he bit down and continued to collect energy. Hades and the others were very intrigued by the stranger and could sense the power within his body. Scyphile was especially interested, as Ranma became living generator of power. The way he collected the forces of the spirits and made them his own was simply mind-boggling. What kind of spell was he using to require such large amounts of energy? How was he combining all that power together? Black and white magic don't mix, so how was he able to fuse them together? On the ship, 1 minute to planetary impact. Ranma said. The others held their breath. On the ground, Ranma trembled. Never before had he had so much power held within all at once. His body threatened to explode from the strain, but somehow, he managed to hold on to it all. He was almost there. All the free energy that the world could spare had been collected and was just waiting to be released. His aura was now the purest white as Ranma raised his staff to the heavens. Hades, Amelia, Nandi and the others had to turn away from the brilliance that his aura was creating. The climber then looked back up at the sky and his eyes widened at what he saw. The distant fiery dot that he had seen before was now close enough for him and everyone else to gaze upon. His blood went cold. The populace of Salem was sent into a panicked state as they realized that they were at ground zero. This chunk of rock was by far larger than the last one and seemed to fill the sky. There was no time to erect protective barriers. There was no time for anything but scream. It was then that Ranma released his technique. Spirit Beam. A huge ball of light appeared at the end of his staff and then exploded upward in a slender, but extremely intense beam. Shockwaves of power radiated outward and caused whatever structures that were still standing to be rattled like saplings. The ground trembled under the pressures, but Ranma held firm. Because of the high magic levels of this world, the spirit beam was far more powerful than normal. The beam struck the falling meteor dead center and caused the mass to shudder and slow in its descent. Huge cracks formed from the point where the beam struck it. The energy continued to push against it, causing it to slow down in its descent even more. Slowly, but surely, the asteroid lost its momentum and then, for one brief moment, it stopped in midair, a couple of 100 feet above the city of Salient. Hey, Ranma screamed as he redoubled his effort, drawing in as much energy as he could. Since he was in a city where white magic abounded and he managed to pump even more energy into the beam. The beam suddenly became wider as it flared and increased the pressure. Slowly, with supreme effort by Ranma's part, the chunk of moon rock was pushed back upward. The inhabitants watched in disbelief as the huge mass was being forced back up the sky, gaining speed and altitude with every second. It kept climbing higher and higher, until at last, it was again a distant dot in the sky. Finally, when the mass had reached the lower levels of the stratosphere, it could no longer hold together and exploded into huge fragments. Luckily, Ranma was still up there and made certain that the pieces would not harm anyone. A few blasts from the particle cannons and any danger the chunks represented were gone in clouds of space dust. On the planet's surface, Ranma collapsed from utter exhaustion. Sulgades and his friends approached the unconscious blind fighter. It was then that they looked up and saw Ranma's ship coming in for a landing. Epilogue, can't you stay any longer? Sci-Fi asked as the four Ranmas were getting set to leave this dimension. I've learned so much from you already and you could do so much and help so many. Ranma smiled while shaking his head. No, I'm afraid that we have to get going. At least let me heal your blindness. The White Priestess insisted as she reached out with her hands. Her wrists were then grasped firmly by Ranma, who shook his head and said, No, I told you before, that I do not wish to be healed. But why? You have already taught us so much about healing without using magic. The least I can do is to restore your sight. Ranma sighed as he released her wrists. During the last month, after explanations were made and misunderstandings were cleared up, the four Ranmas had been made royal guests of Salient. Ranma had become a source of great interest as he displayed the lost techniques of shiatsu healing. He even taught the healers the standard methods of CPR and more modern methods of emergency aid, such as the Heimlich maneuver. Ranma had become CPR certified in his village and had all the skills of a top-notch paramedic. Amelia and Sophia became very eager students. In return, the unseen light fighter had learned a few healing spells and adapted them so that they could draw power from his ki, rather than from the magical forces of their world. The other Ranmas had also become celebrities as they displayed their martial arts skills and other techniques. Gori had learned new sword techniques from Ranma. Naga became very interested with Gojiro, especially when he transformed into his hybrid form. The cat-fist fighter had to duck and hide whenever the amorous sorceress went looking for him. The blind fighter sighed as he said, "Sophia, I know you mean well, but please respect my wishes. It was because of my blindness that I had become what I am today. If I had not become blind and learned the unseen light, then I would not have been able to save your world, now would I?" "I suppose," Sophia agreed reluctantly. The thought of not being allowed to heal him when she had the power made her feel very sorrowful. She had gotten to know this gentle fighter over the past month and it tore at her heart for him to remain in the darkness. And besides, the blind fighter continued, "I find that blindness is also a reminder what I have achieved. You do remember what I told you about my father? If I were to regain my sight, then I would forget the lessons I learned from all my training and the reminder to never listen to Ranma. I might also lose my other powers if I were to see again." The priestess nodded again. She had become horrified to learn that Ranma's father had subjected his only child to such torture. The fact that the other Ranmas had also undergone the same training shocked her even more. She usually did not harbor any bad feelings toward anyone, but she did feel a kind of disgust about their father and felt even more sorry for the blind martial artist. He had the most lasting damage from the Nakoken training. The other three had been totally healed, enhanced or learned to deal with the cat fist. Ranma nodded as he felt the pity in her aura, then reached out to wipe a tear on her cheek. We all learn from the obstacles that come in our lives and the knowledge we gain from overcoming them makes us better. I have come to terms with my inner self and my blindness. In a way, my being blind has taught me so much more than I ever learned when I could see. Best of all, I don't consider my lack of sight to be a weakness, but a symbol of my will to endure. If someday I do regain my sight, I shall do so on my own terms. So, stop feeling sorry for me. I do not need it nor deserve it." The white priestess was about to protest further, but then felt the inner strength within him. He had overcome the difficulties of living without the use of his eyes. He had fooled even her for a while. It was easy to see that he was firm in his beliefs and would be able to continue on, without his sight. "If you don't want me to heal you, then, so be it." Ranma nodded. "Now don't you forget what I taught you and Amelia. White magic is nice and all, but you should rely more on yourself and save your power for when you really need it. Those shiatsu techniques I showed you are for healing and defense only. They can be quite lethal if misused. Understand? Yes, and thank you. I won't forget. The unseen light martial artist nodded, bowed to her and turned toward the ship. Sophile then leaned over to give Ranma a quick kiss on the cheek before he entered the ship. Goodbye Ranma, and take care. Ranma and Kojiro were already aboard as Ranma walked up to the ship. Behind him, a red-haired sorceress continued to pester him. Please, can't I have the annihilator? Mumber, come on. I'll give you 1,000 gold pieces for it. No. So come on. Lina pouted. What part of no don't you understand? Are you saying that I can't have it? Yeesh. Ranma pinched the bridge of his nose. Ever since they became guests of Salian, Lima had been trying to get a hold of the various technological devices in his ship. He had to activate the ship's auto-defense systems to keep Luna from entering and looting anything that wasn't nailed down. She had also been pestering him to show her how those devices worked, and even offered large sums of money for his weaponry and equipment. He shuddered at the thought of the power-greedy sorceress getting her hands on plasma cannons, sonic grenades and power. The Annihilator. Thank goodness, they were leaving now. Luckily, not all of the Curium in Salium had been destroyed. One fragment had been found in the ruins of the castle vault. Amelia's father had gratefully awarded the piece to the 4 Ranmas. It had taken the ship's refinement equipment 2 days to stabilize the precious element for use in the quantum phase drive. The rest of the time was used for relaxation and repairs for both the ship and the castle. The people of the city were amazed when Ranma let loose a group of repaired drones to fix the damage done to the castle and the surrounding areas. The robots resembled large, floating, metal bowling balls, but had waldos, welders, laser torches and other devices hidden in various compartments of their bodies. In less than a week, the castle and city was restored to their original states, with more efficiency than the best construction crews. For the last time, no. Ranma stomped up the entrance ramp and immediately shut the hatch. He then went to the bridge where the others were waiting for him and activated the main drives. The ship began emitting a gentle whine as the engines began powering up. Outside the ship, Lima and her friends began waving goodbye to their otherworldly visitors as the craft lifted off, kicking up some dust clouds. As it slowly started gaining altitude, it rotated to the left, giving the observers one final look at the people through the pilot canopy. All 4 Ranmas waved farewell at the group below. Kojiro winced as he saw a figure running towards them and waving. It was a certain someone that wore a leather-style bikini, and whose laugh reminded Ranma of a certain black rose. Man! Am I glad to get away from that person? Kojiro muttered as the ship then shot off into the sky. Yeah, she reminds me of Kodakai. Ranma remarked. Who? The others asked. I tell you guys later. The ship raced upward and was soon beyond the gravitational pull of the planet, then accelerated even faster. Brace yourselves guys, We're about to make our first dimensional jump in 3, 2, 1, now! Ranma activated the quantum phase drive. The ship suddenly elongated for a split second before being enveloped in a streaking flash of light. It then punched through the fabric of the space-time continuum and disappeared. Meanwhile, back on the Slayer's world, the shadowy figures looked up at the sky and then nodded to each other after the ship had vanished from view. Well, they're finally on their way. The first one said, "Yes, it was a good idea to leave that fragment of Kurium for them to find." The second one added, "Overall, I think they did quite well as a team." Well, they need to be if they are to succeed in the trails ahead. After all, that was the reason why we had them put together in the first place. So, shall we lead them to their ultimate destination? No, I don't think they're ready quite yet. There is still one more player missing from their group that they have to pick up first. In any case, some more dimension hopping would be good for them. There are many worlds out there that could use their help. The first figure nodded as he said, "Yes, if those four hadn't interfered, Febriso would have gotten a hold of the Kurium and destroyed this world anyway." So where are they heading to next? Where else? To pick up the last member of their team. The two then disappeared from sight. To be continued. Author's notes few. That was a long one. In any case, the four Ranmas are on their way back home. But don't expect the trip to be a smooth one. As for when this story occurred, it took place about a couple of weeks after the Slayer's next series. Why did I add manga? It was just for fun. Who are these mysterious individuals? Are they the ones responsible for getting our intrepid four lost in the first place? Stay tuned. And here's a sneak peek at the next chapter of the Great Crossover Crisis. Scene Kojiro, where are we now? Ranma, it looks like Earth, but scanners indicate that this world has some rather strange life forms. Hold on a minute. Sensors indicate that something is approaching us at very high speed. I'm clocking it at around 250 miles per hour. Ranma, what is it? Ranma, over there. The four looked over to see a boy riding what appeared to be a horse. The strange thing was that the horse seemed to be on fire. Kojiro, what the hell is that? The rider noticed the group and the strange craft and directed his mount toward it. When he got within 50 yards, he pulled back on the reins. Pokemon Ranma, whoa, wildfire. That's all for now. Asterisk Chapter 6 Asterisk Chapter 4 The Great Crossover Crisis Disclaimer. Has anyone seen a short-tempered, uncouth tomboy with a big mallet? No? Good. Now I can write this without fear of, "Oh, hello there. What brings you?" No, wait. Don't. I didn't mean to call you. Wham! Last episode, the four Ranmas had finally escaped from the Slayer's world and are now traveling through the dimensional stream of infinite realities, trying to find their way back to their home universes. However, fate seems to have other plans for them. Note: this episode takes place after Ranma had just earned his Marsh badge and his 6th Pokemon. You will also notice a few things have happened at this point, but they will be explained eventually in the separate Fist of the Pikachu story. Italic: thoughts, ***, computer responses ***, Pokedex responses Ranma, Ranma from Dragon Child, Draco, Ranma, Ranma from Ranma prototype, Ranma, Ranma from Fighting Blind, Ranma, Kojiro, Ranma from Cat Fist Fury, Kojiro, Ranma, Ranma from Fist of the Pikachu, Trainer, Chapter 4 Ranma number 5 On a world that was very much like Earth. A streak of fire was racing along the highway at well over 200 mph. The streak of fire was in fact the fastest of all ground Pokemon, the Rapidash. This particular specimen was the fastest of its species, thanks to the intense training from its owner, Ranma. As the Rapidash and its rider raced along the highway, leaving fire trails in their wake, the two suddenly noticed another streak of fire that was blazing across the sky. Ranma pulled up on his reins and urged Wildfire to slow down as he looked at what appeared to be a shooting star. Wow! It looks like a falling meteor. Ranma and his steed watched as the object hurtled down toward the ground into the distance, and disappearing over the horizon. By his estimate, the object was about some 100 miles away. Pika. Ranma turned to his Raiden, his Pikachu and first Pokemon, who was perched on his backpack. What do you think, Raiden? We've got about a week before we meet up with Sam and Jeanette at the Fasha Gym. Want to go check it out? Ranma's normal traveling companions, Jeanette Fisher and Sam Ricker, had went off to take care of some family business and agreed to meet up with him at the next gym. The electric rodent shrugged and nodded. With Wildfire's speed, they could afford to take a little side trip. Ranma smiled as he urged his fiery steed toward where the object had landed. Meanwhile, at the landing site, Ranma's cruiser was powering down its engines as the surface of its hull quickly threw off the heat of re-entry. A few moments later, the main hatch opened and the ramp descended to the ground. The passengers of the spaceship exited and began taking deep breaths and stretching out their limbs. Ah! It's good to get out of that ship, Kojiro remarked as he took in the scenery of the world they had just landed on. I'll say, Ranma agreed as he stretched out his arms. So where are we now, prototype? Hold on a minute, Ranma replied as he began scanning the area with his eyes. The four Ranmas had decided to give each other different names, as it was too confusing to call each other Ranma. Ranma had settled on the designation of prototype as that what he was when he had been rebuilt as an Anodic soldier. Ranma chose the title Draco, which meant dragon. Kojiro was happy to stay with his name, as he never wanted to be called Ranma. As for Ranma, he had decided on the name Ranma. Is this Earth? Ranma asked. Ranma shook his head. Yes and no. This appears to be Earth, but not one of our Earths. I'm picking up life form readings that don't match to any terrestrial animals that can be found on our worlds. The geography of the land masses is also different. It looks like we've landed on another parallel world again. Nuts. We're not home yet. Kojiro pouted. It's been 2 months now. I know it's frustrating. Ranma soothed. But like I said before, without the exact coordinates to any of our home realities to use as a reference, we can't do anything more than to check out each dimension as we come across them. At least we've managed to narrow down the search to this sector of the dimensional vortex that pulled us in the first place. That's where the spiritual trails of our initial entries seem to indicate. Without even that tiny lead, we'd be randomly visiting dimensions for the rest of our lives. And you'd have to admit, so far it's been a wild ride. Ranma remarked. Yes, that we'll all agree to. Ranma said. Remember those boomers that prototype blew away? Flashback to the Mega Tokyo, year 2033. Chris and the other Night Sabers were shocked as they saw Ranma in his phase I exo armor, as he faced off against 50 boomers. The armored vigilantes had been less than a heartbeat away from destruction after being ambushed by the death machines. Their hard suits were too damaged from the bat and the girls were about to be destroyed when this newcomer in black showed up and took out a dozen boomers in less than a minute with strange energy blasts. Then some high-tech armor appeared around him and adhered to the full-body suit he was wearing. Small panels in the Ranma's leg, hip and chest armor opened up to reveal micro-missile launchers. Twin plasma cannons appeared on each shoulder, while his forearm gauntlets materialized armor-piercing auto guns. His hands were filled with XT-7000 particle beam rifles, each with a proton grenade launcher mounted below their muzzles. His helmet also powered up the ion blaster built into the visor as his computer began selecting the first targets. Hasta la vista, boomers. Ranma said as he pulled the triggers and let loose with a murderous storm of firepower. Micro-missiles shot forward like swarms of angry hornets. Though they were no bigger than cigarettes, they each had an armor-piercing tip and an explosive charge equivalent to 20 hand grenades. The shells launched from his auto guns shredded through the boomers as if they were made of parchment, and the plasma cannons reduced whatever they hit to slag. The particle bolts blasted apart armor plating and ion beams played havoc on microcircuits. For a full 30 seconds, Ranma let loose with enough destructive force to level a small city 100 times over. Luckily for the citizens of Mega Tokyo, a nanodec soldier was directing his barrage in an abandoned area of the urban sectors. Of course, he could have used his annihilator, but he thought that would have overkill. Circumflex accent _ circumflex accent. When the guns and weapons of Ranma finally stopped, the Night Sabers were stunned to see that not a single boomer was left standing. In fact, there was nothing more than unrecognizable heaps of debris that wasn't even fit for recycling. Ranma lowered his arms as his guns were still smoking a bit. He turned toward the Night Sabers and smiled. I just love the silence after a salvo, don't you? Pris was the first to regain her voice as she and the others continued to stare at the stranger. She then whispered, "I want one of those." It was not sure whether she was referring to the armor, the weapons, or the very well-built man who was carrying them. Of course, the other Night Sabers all agreed with Pris. End of flashback. Ranma smirked at that. "Well, you guys helped some too. I think that Luna had a soft spot for you, Ranma, when you blew up that boomer with just a finger." Ranma reddened a bit as he remembered the feisty dancer and best hand-to-hand combatant of that group. Luna had almost been crushed by a boomer when Ranma used the advanced breaking point to reduce it to scrap. Then, after displaying his Amazonian wushu and unseen light techniques, destroying boomers with just a staff and ki blasts, Luna couldn't stay away from him. The blind martial artist could beat her, even when she was in her hard suit. And the fact that he was good-looking and his humble personality appealed to her. The four Ranmas had created massive havoc and irreparable damage to the Genome Corporation during that week. When they finally left that universe, it seemed that the Night Sabers had nothing more to do than a light mop up. Yeah, things got pretty exciting ever since we left Luna and her friends, Kojiro admitted as he joined in with the others with reminiscing. Remember the look on Quincy's face when Draco blasted into his office as a dragon? The cat fist fighter chuckled at the memory. "Oh, and I suppose your hybrid and tiger forms are not as scary," Draco retorted sarcastically, but in a friendly manner. Kojiro had given a lot of Genome employees nightmares when he showed up as a saber-toothed tiger, then began ripping up the Boomer factory as a sweet old beast. Yeah, well anyway, we've got a week before the phase drive generates enough of a quantum field for us to make another dimensional jump, so it looks like we're stuck here for now," Ranma remarked as he looked around again with his scanners. It was then that he picked up something that was approaching their position at very high speed. "Hold on guys. I'm picking up something coming towards us. It's pretty fast. I'm clocking it at 250 miles per hour. What is it?" Kojiro asked as he and the others got into their ready stances. "It's over there." The Techno-Ranma toward the horizon as a small dot of red and white came speeding toward them. "I can't see from this distance. Do you have any idea what it is?" Kojiro asked. "Hold on." Ranma began engaging his telescopic vision, and when he focused in on whatever or whoever was approaching, his eyes widened in disbelief. "No way! It can't be. Huh? What are you talking about?" Ranma inquired as he used his dragon-enhanced vision to see what approaching. He too gasped at what he saw. Ranma was getting very edgy as well as he sensed a spiritual essence that closely resembled that of himself and his counterparts. It was at that moment that Ranma saw the ship and the people in front of it and pulled back on the reins. "Whoa, wildfire!" When the flame horse screeched to a halt a few meters in front of the ship, the Pokemon trainer, Wildfire and Raiden could do nothing and stare at the strangers. The strangers could do nothing but stare back at the person who was mounted on the horse. Finally, After a long moment of silence, Ranma was the first to speak. Ranma showed him, I presume, a very long time later. So you guys are actually me, but from other dimensions? Ranma asked as the four Ranmas had introduced themselves and told them of their own life stories. In return, the Pokemon trainer had related the story of his own life and how he had arrived to the Pokemon world. The five of them were sitting around a campfire near the ship and were eating their dinners. Ranma had let out his Pokemon so they could eat as well. They were a little surprised to see four copies of their master, but Ranma assured them that they were sort of his look-alike cousins. The Pokemon relaxed after that since they had already seen dozens of Officer Jennies and Joys. Well, basically that's the general idea, Ranma replied. Most of us were lucky enough to get away from that idiot Ranma at an early age, except for Kojiro here. He pointed to his feline counterpart. So when did you leave him? Ranma addressed Kojiro. It was just after I fell into a cursed spring and... You mean Juzenkyo? You know about it. Ranma nodded. That's where me and Pot parted ways too. Well, it was more like an accident, like I told you before, but all things considered, I'm glad it happened. From what you guys have told me about what Ranma is doing to your lives now, I'm not so sure I want to go back to my home world, if that kind of crap is waiting for me. Pop actually sold me for a fish. I'm engaged to Hook and she's a girl. I have how many fiancés? Ranma nodded. Since your life is pretty much the same as Kojiro's here, up to the point of Juzenkyo, we have to assume that all of the stupid stunts Ranma pulled had occurred with you. The number of fiancés may vary, but you get the idea. Ranma nodded. And of course, all of our early experiences are parallel to each other except at some key point which caused each of our lives to diverge. I get it. Ranma was deep in thought about what these four had told him. They were so much like him. What was he thinking? They were him. They knew of secrets that he knew of. Yet, once they had separated from Ranma, they had also changed. From the looks of it, they had changed for the better. Come to think of it, so have I. He shuddered at the thought of how he could have turned out if he had remained with Ranma. Being transported to this world was probably the best thing that had happened to him. He turned his attention back to Kojiro. You told me that you fell into a cursed spring. Which one was it, Ninachan? I don't know what that one is, but the one I fell into was something the guide called the Spring of Monster Tiger. Tiger? Cool. Can you show me? Are you sure? I mean, you told us that you went through the Nakoken training and survived. Aren't you afraid of cats? No. Not anymore. Come on, show me. He poured out a glass of water from his canteen. Here's some cold water. Kojiro waved it off. I don't need it. That spring I fell into was different from the others and I can transform any time I want to. He then gave me Ranma a serious look. Are you sure you want to see my cat form? Trust me, I won't get scared. He then addressed his Pokemon. Raiden, Wind Rider, Wildfire, Razor, Sea Storm, Bruiser, our friend is going to change his appearance, like I do. Don't be alarmed. Keep calm. Got it. Pikachu. Slash. Golduck. Nay. Pidgeot. Machop. Ranma noted that the Pokemon were well disciplined. You've trained them well. Thanks. Go ahead, Kojiro. Kojiro gave the Pokemon trainer one final look before nodding. He got up and backed away from the group for more room. In a flash of ki energy, Kojiro transformed into his saber-toothed tiger form. The Pokemon were a bit startled from the appearance of something that made a person look like a kitten.